gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the backstage for the Living Splitscreen morning show. We can still get some things ready. Again, sorry for the late start here. We're about 3 minutes behind. But hey, look, sometimes 3 minutes behind is sometimes 3 minutes early. We're here with us. But no, within all seriousness, I am doing some things in the background still, just making sure everything is going to be running smoothly. In the meantime, between time, for those of you in chat, since you guys are kind of the special ones, we might start doing something. This might be like a part of a Patreon tier or something in the future that we do. I don't know how we work that out, but those of you in the chat, you're getting that early access kind of before our audio listeners do. So if you want to make sure the audio quality sounds good, let us know. If you're seeing anything that's off visually, please let me know. I'm looking for recommendations all the time. How can we improve things? So that's kind of what this section is for. Also, while we get some things set up, real quick, shout out to Six Slayer. What's going on, man? VJ, what's popping, my guy? Rescue Squad, Tim the Sorcerer, Black Card Day. Shout out to VJ already. It's Tim Smitty Smith. What's going on, man? Casket Repair, back from the dead. Andrew Cullinane and Jacob Novick. Shout out to you gentlemen for being here early. I have to agree with you since we're early. Pong, I can't say too much of anything live, but yes, I have to agree. I do have to agree.
Awful Grim Bones jumping in here. What's up, brother? Oh man, iOS sucks. Period. Sick. I had to say that to Sick. Oh shit. It's good morning. It's a good morning. It's a good morning, Steel. I had hell of adventure last night, and
I heard, man.
Sorry to anybody who showed up to Xbox Ultimate and did not see me there. That was not in the plans. I know sometimes I'm late to Xbox Ultimate, but missing the entire show is not something I enjoy doing.
Life happens though, man. You know, sometimes.
Yeah.
You know,
curveball comes quick, man. And I swung and missed last night on that curveball. It was nasty. It was a nasty.
Look, man. Sometimes you catch a flat, like we were talking about in the background. Sometimes you catch a flat, and you gotta power through the flat, man. You know, you get it back right, and you get that ball rolling again for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I could have jumped in for like the last 45 minutes, but nobody would have enjoyed my mood at all.
Nah, I can probably say you probably would have been in a yeah.
I might have said something that might have cost Xbox Ultimate some airtime. So we're not gonna do that. Anyways,
Michael Munson, thanks for the subscribe, man. New subscriber today. Hey, shout out to you, my guy.
Hey, shout out, man.
Jacob Novick, he says, make membership happen. I will snag a membership instantly. Hey, look, man, 1,000 subs are gonna get at that membership,
1K.
man. Hey, shout out to the Gaming Circle podcast that also goes live at the same time we do. Hey, we're both on mission 1K, man, and like I'm gonna say this here because a lot of other places don't say it. We're definitely more so along the lines of, you know, I play with the word organic and everything, but
we're like Sony.
Yeah, we're like Sony. No, we're along the lines of helping each other grow, man, because I mean, we have to build up a community to at one point be at that level of the people that we look up to, right? And I'm not just talking about like random people like that. I'm talking about, you know, the kind of funnies and the bigger guys, you know what I'm saying, that get that kind of attention, that get those eyes on things and have that support. So the more that we can support the people around us, I greatly appreciate everyone that is here with us. Again, I do feel like we do bring a little bit of extra juice to the community, but you guys let us know what that value is, because I feel like if we do it, it takes away from the point, right? So, but yes, we will be getting started here soon. Probably still gonna be here in the next couple of minutes. For those of you who are coming in, Phantom Kraken, he says he's usually not awake this early.
What's going on, Kraken? From WBG, we bleed green, of course. Yes. Good to see you, sir. It's Cheney is in the house as well. Always good to see you, brother. Oh man, Steel. What do we got going on today? I don't even know what we got going on today. We got a lot of news. Kind of
yeah, man. We got a lot of few things to talk about. I know yesterday we talked about EA for quite some time. I
I
wasn't expecting that.
I was just about to say acquisition season is back on the books. Some of my favorite.
So
topics.
you know, we're definitely gonna talk about EA a little bit. It's a very, for me, the EA conversation is hard to, the depth of it is hard to kind of scope out, just because it can go so many different ways, and it really just depends on who's gonna value it the most, to me, right? Who's making some plays, who could probably bring in that IP, get some things rolling, and have it still maintain that kind of market that it's at currently. Because as much as we may pile on to EA and everything, they bring us something that other companies don't. Like, we wouldn't have got a Jedi Fallen Order if it wasn't for EA. We wouldn't have got a Battlefront 2 if it wasn't for EA. No matter how rough they started off, now they are good games.
They even support. Yeah, they even support small studios, man.
Sport
they do
games,
a lot of indie work.
You know, I mean, even though that's in question now, with the whole FIFA thing getting thrown out the window. So that's definitely something. People have definitely been getting in the conversation as far as the whole PlayStation Plus snafu that's kind of going on. They got some good games going on in there. Again, we saw that games like Assassin's Creed Valhalla's going there, Returnal's going in there, Spider-Man's going in there. I mean, they got some enticing IP that's in there for sure. I think for me personally, and we'll dive more into it, it's just, I don't know if what they're doing for their backwards compatibility is going to have the same effect that the competition is giving it. And I just mean that as far as frame rate, frame boosts, and resolution boost. Excuse me, I'm all over the place. I don't know if they're going to offer those types of things for a lot of their games. Now, they might. Again, it should, because since we're in the realm of like PC at this point, we should start getting games that are just naturally have those options, or just naturally get up-res and get the frame boosted, because the hardware, you have better performing hardware, whereas before there was two different versions being made. Things were on two different levels. What was running on the console side of things wasn't what was going to run, or it wasn't the same thing that was on the PC side, whereas now that's blended together. So I do see a future to where, as some people say, you're not paying $10 for features. Because we shouldn't, right? As gamers, PC gamers have never had that. Console gamers, I don't think should necessarily have that. I think that's going to actually be more of a benefit to us in the long run. But hey, and that's neither here or there. There's definitely multiple conversations to be had with that. You did send me some things in the background too. I didn't. I did see this earlier. I know for sure WWE did and Tiny Tina did. That they blew the expectations for 2K out of the water, basically. So those are seemingly doing really well. Dying Light opened up some conversations about them opening up some doing a new IP, stepping out of their comfort zone, we should say. So I mean, that's definitely interesting. We definitely got to get back into Dying Light too, man. Especially after the update that dropped for the Field of View. I want to see what's going on with that. But it's like, man, now we're back investing in a division. And I don't know if I'm going to get back there. And then I just started Witcher 3 personally, which I'm definitely going to get into beginning of the show. I want our audio listeners to hear that. But really quickly, for those of you who are here, Witcher 3.
Witcher
3.
And it first launched.
Witcher 3. Yeah. That's what I heard. Yeah. It was bad. But no, Witcher 3, from what I've played so far, man, and I'm maybe a few hours in, it's actually a really good game. It's actually pretty good so far. I'm not gonna say it's a really good game. I'm playing through some of these story pieces with like very minimal health, because I'm playing on one of the harder difficulties, and it's not the hardest one because that just like seemed like it was too over the top. But it was one right before that, and some of these missions, I don't have any health. So you might catch some gameplay of me today getting through some of these missions with no health. And I don't know, I don't know if it's just me giving an additional challenge to myself, but I'm really making it happen. Literally not getting hit. Literally, I don't know how I'm doing it, but I'm making it work. It's one of those things to where some reason when I have very minimal health, I play games better. It doesn't always work out that way, but majority 9 times than not, it does. So that's kind of what I've been dealing with, but it's been doing really good, man, especially with the texture pack upgrades and everything that I can get modded in. Looking pretty solid, man. You tell me for yourself how you feeling about it. Again, there is the next gen upgrade that's set to launch at the end of the year, which is part of the reason I wanted to bring that up. Those are rumors about that happening, but it's definitely going to be something interesting to see. And I did want to talk about, again, like I titled the show, the Sony define gaming. Biggest reason for that is because the conversation has seemingly come up again of what is a gamer, what defines a gamer. A lot of people have their own definitions. A lot of people have kind of centered their show around that this week. And that's kind of been a conversation that's constantly been going on. So we'll touch on that. I think Pong has some things he's learned from the community on that front. So that section might come back today. And then something else that I've kind of been hinted to before we go live here. I don't think that PlayStation has the marketing for Call of Duty. And we'll kind of dive into that. Sony did show their year's marketing deals, and it didn't show Call of Duty either. Now, I was saying this before I seen the graphic for this, or they showed this. So it's going to be very interesting if Microsoft can seemingly cut a deal with themselves to get Call of Duty into GamePass. And to be completely honest with you, that's going to change the scope of things. And you wanted something that could possibly replace the whole, as you say, for Starfield, that would definitely be it.
Yep.
If you wanted to consider it that. So, I mean, it's going to be a good conversation to have. Also, Xbox is seemingly doing better than it ever has in Japan. Not by huge numbers, by whoever say, but the fact that it's happening regardless, whatever you want to say about, oh, the Series S is available, so that's why people are buying it. Look, man, believe what you want, say what you want. Yes, that can definitely have an effect on it, but I do think the picture is way bigger than that. But with that being said, it's time to give it into our audio listeners also. So let's get this show started. Let me change something else really quickly, because I do need to change. I don't know if it's going to let me do it now.
Shout out to Smitty Smith. A shout out to Muppet1169 Decado joining here as well. Jesse Darby, always good to see you, man. Tim the Sorcerer. Look at hey, Clowns jumped in here. Shout out to Clowns.
Ooh, okay.
TV. Shout out to Dreadpool. Shout out to Cerebral Paul. They're out at MegaCon out there in
shout out to
Florida,
I saw Dread. Yeah, he's at Orlando. Shout out to Dread, man.
Yeah, they're all hanging out at MegaCon this week. Throwing up some good pictures from out there, and I'm sure they'll have some interesting stories coming back from MegaCon.
Yeah.
So shout out to those gentlemen as well. Anybody else jump in here that I saw? Oh, Back from the Dead, of course, is in here as always. And I think that is it. I think we caught up on people.
What I'm doing now is I'm going through and just getting rid of some videos. I need to get another external drive that I can offload some of my videos to.
And yes,
I have this obsession now. No, you're good.
You have that obsession?
Yeah.
Cleaning house.
No, I just have the obsession of recording gameplay now, man. So it's
I like that obsession.
I want to be able to build up a library and everything, but I got to move some of this stuff off, man, because I got a good amount of content on here. But what I wanted to make sure is that we weren't going to get tied up as far as the recording goes. But everything looks good. We haven't dropped any frames. Connection's looking amazing today. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. We got to give it to our audio listeners too. Let's get it. Let me get my music pulled up here, because they definitely
Jacob Novak. Yes, I did see that Stalker 2 development has restarted officially. They have announced that. So we'll cross our fingers. Still not expecting it until 2020.
This year, no. 2023, yeah. This year, no. But we'll find out. All right, Pong, you ready?
I'm ready, brother.
All right, man. Let's get the rocking and rolling. 3, 2, 1. and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to welcome you to episode 57 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. You are now locked in to the new Saturday morning cartoons for most of y'all out there. And for those who aren't, some of the best gaming industry content that you can find on a Saturday morning right here with the Living Splitscreen guys. Look, for those who are new here, we are a non-console centric platform. We cover everything that's going on within the gaming industry. And as I like to say, we take that RTS view, real-time strategy, pulling ourselves out of the world, looking at the darker crevices of the map, and pulling our resources together to bring you an excellent show to the community, give you a high energy, highly passionate, highly, hopefully entertaining, show for you all today. With that being said, for those who are tuned in live, I was talking a little bit in the background, so audio listeners, we gotta get you in here. We gotta get you in here live. If you haven't made a YouTube account, make one. Give us a like, hit the sub, share us out, tell your mom and daddy about us, tell your girlfriend about us. I do think that they would rock with us, man. We got a lot of diversity here. We come from me and Pong do agree on a lot of things. We also come from different perspectives. So it's always a unique thing to see people not only agree, but still be highly engaged and have a high input into a genuine conversation, which we don't get nowadays, man. It doesn't happen frequently. And there's been a lot of arguments right this week that we definitely want to get into on either side, because people are seemingly questioning what is a gamer again. And we'll go into the little bit of that spiel again. And probably for those who have been here since day one, you're going to get that. You already know what the deal is, right? We're gamers. We're going to be treated as gamers. We're going to treat y'all as gamers. And we'll get back into what our definition is, because here at Living Splitscreen, we do want to represent the community in the best light. And we do want you guys to understand who you support, why you support us, and kind of the reasoning behind it, right? Because it does get to a point where it's just a silly conversation to have, but at the same time, I understand people not necessarily wanting to gatekeep, but to make sure that we don't have people that don't represent us in the best light. Because then when you get things like the Twitch stream for the indie showcase that doesn't show things very well, doesn't get you hype, like doesn't get me hype at all. It makes it just feel like something that was just put together, no effort really. And when it comes to gaming, man, you got to have people that are highly energetic, that care about what you're talking about, because you got to get people interested about it, man. We're capped at 500 million between the PCs and the console space. We're trying to get to the 3 billion gamers, as Phil likes to say. So with that being said, on the live side, we got some Witcher 3 gameplay running today. Got a couple hours in. I'm only about 3 hours in total into the Witcher 3. I'm having an amazing time with it, man. I don't know, I was thinking about Cyberpunk the other day, and I know a lot of people just clamor for the Witcher 3. I found a really good texture mod pack on PC for the Witcher 3 that really invigorated it, and I think that's what got my brain kind of storming about it. And so I started it. This will be my second time starting it. The first time, the beginning didn't click with me. But the second time, and I had only played it for like an hour. The second time I played it for a few hours, and I found myself the next day at work thinking about it and wanting to dive back in. So I know when that tells me that I am intrigued, I am interested. The combat isn't as questionable as some have made it to seem, at least to me. It's definitely one that you got to be patient with. It's not something that's preferable to me. I do believe, especially coming off an Elden Ring, I'm definitely feeling the difference. But again, that's a completely different type of game, different style. This one's also open. It's just, it plays differently from each other. So I expect that. And again, this one's telling a story. I'm fully enthralled, so I'm interested to see. Hopefully you guys enjoy that. I am playing on the hardest difficulty. No, I'm playing on the difficulty under the hardest difficulty. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. Other than that, I am one of your old Steel Rain, but I have to pass it off to the X-Man himself, the uncanny gentleman, my brother from another home. So how you feeling today, my guy? Talk to the people. Tell them what's going on, man.
I am doing great. Thank you, everybody, for showing up to Living Splitscreen. Hey, shout out to Tony Grasso, by the way, who just jumped in the chat. Tony, did I happen to see you playing Deadcraft, the game that I talked about last week? If you are, sir, if that was you in my list playing Deadcraft, please make a quick post in the chat about how you are liking it so far, because I am reading some really good reviews. I'm reading some not so good reviews too, but I'm reading some really good reviews that kind of give me the impression that I was right about what I was seeing on the screen when I was watching videos of that game last week. A little under the radar game that popped up. So please let me know about that. But otherwise, Steel, like I said, week's been long, gotten interesting. Last night threw me a curveball, which caused me to have a certain mood. But guess
Yeah.
what? Guess what? It's a new day. The sun is out. Summer is here.
Buns
We
out,
got
buns out.
industry. We got industry news to talk about. We got a lot of things in the community to talk about, which we could certainly get into. It's going to be interesting to hear your points of view and my points of view on that stuff. If we do dive in to, like you said, this what is a gamer, what is not a gamer. Once again, I don't know, man. I don't know. There's a lot of ways you can go with that. So listen, it is good to be back though. Saturday morning, kind of get a palate cleanse by being here with my brother from another, Steel Rain, and be able to talk with the chat and everybody that shows up and enjoys our content here every Saturday morning. This is what I do enjoy. So I am back here again. I had a triple header on Thursday
Good.
out of the blue, which was kind of unplanned, but it happened that way. So I've had some time to talk about some of this stuff, but we got more to talk. And like I said, and we kind of mentioned in the beginning here, EA has put acquisition season seemingly back on the docket again. And I always enjoy those conversations because that is a big one. But it's great to be here, Steel. Living Splitscreen, episode 57, May the 21st already. Next week is my birthday week.
Hey.
So look, it just becomes another day at this point in life, but you know what? It's still there, and you know what? That means that summer is nearly upon us. So great to be here, Steel. And as far as gaming this week, again, I've been jealous. Been watching you all be able to jump into some Division 2, which of course, again, we can't talk enough about that. We've been out here marketing for Ubisoft and Division 2 plenty of times. But it is a great game. But I've been jealous of that. But otherwise, me this week, Ayuden Chronicles or Ayuden Chronicle Rising has been my go-to this week for sure. I'm about 10 hours in now, probably closer to 8 hours in, but whatever the case may be. Been jumping into that game. Look, if you're looking for the classic JRPG style, it is action. It's not turn-based. So anybody who hates turn-based, don't worry. But if you're looking for that really old school classic JRPG just with updated animation, gorgeous graphics, color palette popping off the screen. I'm really enjoying it. Really, really enjoying it. I know some people said it's a bunch of fetch quests. Hey, that's classic JRPG. It is, right? It is. It is a bunch of fetch quests. A lot of it is that, but you know what? The map is small. They allow you to fast travel in whatever section you're in. So if you're not about doing that running around, you don't have to. You can jump to different parts of the map. The map is not huge. Each section is very reasonable in size. So it's not like there's a whole lot of running around, but I'm enjoying the music and I'm enjoying the scenery so much that I'm running around. I'm doing all these fetch quests and running around. But as you power up, as you get new party members, it's not complex by any stretch of the imagination. The combat is not complex, but it's rewarding and you feel yourself powering up, right? And as you upgrade your weapons, your armor, you can definitely tell the difference. So loving this, it's just kind of like I said, it's a chill experience, and it's great to jump in, jump out. Very easy to do that. So I'm having a good time with that. Of course, been getting my NBA 2K 2022 in. New season just started yesterday, so I'll be back in that mode, trying to get some more cards, man. Gotta get my players, right? So What else did I jump into this week, man? A little bit more Diablo 2,
Okay.
Resurrection, just kind of like last week. And I think I jumped into a few other things as well. But Division 2 last weekend with you guys was fun.
Yeah.
We were having a good time. So
Yeah.
probably be hopping back into that this weekend as well. Look, great to be here, Steel. We got some stuff to talk about. Let's get down to business, man. Let's do this.
Yeah, man, we definitely gotta get into it. We're gonna start off with the upcoming game segment here in a second. So let me get ready for that just in case. I'll write some things down here.
Oh, look at Decado. Decado said he jumped into some Deadcraft too.
Hey.
Deadcraft gave me time loss. Played for several hours and thought I only had played for a couple. Hey, that's always a good sign, man, when you get lost and you don't feel like you've been playing for a long time. That means the game's keeping you interested. I love that. Smitty Smith, thank you for the early happy birthday, man. I appreciate it a lot. So yeah, go ahead, Steele. I suppose we gotta get into what's coming up this week in gaming, which I gotta get up here real quick.
Yeah, man. Before we get into the passionate conversation, we spit some facts from what we have learned from the community this week. We're going to get into these upcoming games here again. For those listening to us live, definitely hit that like button, share us out, tell a buddy about us, tell your mama about us, man. I think she'd be into it. I think we're some good-looking gentlemen and she'll have something good to look at, some eye candy or something.
Oh.
But no. And then to y'all listening on the audio side, look. Don't say it enough, but I have to say it for promotion purposes, just for business purposes, really. If you haven't left us a review, for those listening live, if you haven't left us a review, please, on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcast feeds at, leave us a review. Let us know how you feeling about us, and tell us what we can improve at, man. If the audio quality sounds like complete trash, tell us why it sounds trash. Tell us where we can improve at, because only you can be our next Phil Spencer. But no.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Shout out to Phil. Taking some heat lately. Shout out to the man.
Yes, that is true. That is true. We need somebody to take our heat, even though we don't get any heat anyway. But because we're, as they say, fake neutrals. No.
Wow. We're already going that route.
I got a lot of energy, a lot of smoke for today. But so you guys can already feel the silly mood going on, man. You already know what time it is. Let's get into these upcoming games so we can get into some of the smoke, man. Here we go.
Heck yeah. Let's go. We got week of the 23rd coming on up here. That is May 23rd for anybody who is wondering. Listen, not a huge week again, but got some interesting stuff in here. So we're going to start off with a little PC release that I believe has been rumored or maybe confirmed coming to console at some point, but I've heard some talk about this game. There's some people out here who played this on early access, I believe, on PC, and that is Hard Space Shipbreaker. This game is very interesting to say the least. They consider it a simulation game. But basically what you are is you're up in space, right? Obviously. And you're salvaging ships. And so you have to go cut up these giant ship space stations that are floating kind of as space junk. And you got to collect all this different, obviously, I'll call it loot, but,
Right.
materials, let's say. But you actually have to go and they give you a bunch of different objectives and missions that you have to do. And you can increase your space suit and increase your different lasers and those kind of things to cut up all of this space junk. The graphics are gorgeous. Again, there's something about sci-fi and something about space when it's done right.
Right.
And we don't get a whole lot of it. We're getting more and more as the power of the consoles and PCs go up. Finally, people are starting to realize, because again, space is gigantic.
Yes, there's a lot to be done.
I don't even have to say it's gigantic, but again, to have it right and to give it that feel and that look that we all imagine space to be, and that sci-fi aesthetic, it again, it's more complex than like high fantasy is, right? So very interesting title. Again, I think I have heard that this is going to come to console at some point, but it is dropping on PC finally for full release this week. So go check that out for all you PCMRs out there. Definitely one to look into. I've heard some people really say, I think Grub really liked this game too. So please go check that out. Then we got Ni no Kuni Cross Worlds. Ni no Kuni is underrated RPG over on the PlayStation side. It never came to Xbox, but this looks like they are bringing out a new kind of spin-off to PC, iOS, and Android. So again, this is going to be a mobile game, and of course, PC is lucky enough to get it. Developed by Netmarble, published by Level 5. It is an MMO this time around. So Ni no Kuni is coming. Crossworlds, it's called.
Hey.
MMOs, anybody looking for a new one, and obviously with it being on mobile, that's that 2-3 billion people out there that we always talk about, that Phil talks about, and now even Sony and Jim Ryan are talking about. So guess what? That's going to be a cool little game if you're looking for a new MMO to hop into, see what's about. Roller Champions. This one's been around for a while. I've been hearing about this thing for the past couple years. Roller Derby is on its way back, folks. That's right. Roller Champions coming out to PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC May the 25th. Kind of a futuristic take on it. Good old Roller Derby. Produced by good old Ubisoft. So guess what? And developed by Ubisoft Montreal. This is going to be their next foray into that multiplayer game, that games as a service that they want so badly, that they already have in Division 2, but they just ignore. So whatever. Roller Champions, Roller Derby. I might check this one out, actually. I don't know if it's going to be coming to any of the services or if it's going to be a full price game, but maybe we'll get a trial version. Ubisoft likes to do that from time to time as well. So go check out Roller Champions. Looking pretty cool. Definitely going to have lots of customization with your characters. I'm always down for a little Roller Derby, man. It's kind of cool, man.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. Why not? What else we got here? Oh, of course. This is the big one. This is the big one this week. Again, not the biggest franchise, but I think this franchise should be bigger than it actually is. A lot of people don't appreciate how good this game is. I know, Steel, you got some thoughts on it because you fooled around with number 4 here.
Yeah.
And for me, I think it's the perfect blend of stealth and action. For me, I always enjoy sniping Nazis in World War II. So Sniper Elite 5 is dropping this week. And of course, this is also coming to Game Pass this week. I've already got it pre-downloaded. They are definitely leaning more into the multiplayer aspect this time. A lot of people didn't even realize that some of their past ones, like 4 and I think even 3, was multiplayer. It never caught on, but it seems from the trailers and from some of the stuff they've been showing off, they are definitely leaning into that this time. So hopefully I can get Steel to download this, and we'll be checking it out and give you a report on how it plays. But man, let me tell you something. Rebellion, who is the developer of the Sniper Elite series, they've always been, again, they've been kind of the forgotten group. But if you go in and you play their games, quality, okay, polished. There are very few problems with their games when they come out. Some frame rate problems in the past, but they've gone back and patched a lot of their stuff. If you've been watching this show and some of the other shows I'm on, I've gone back and played those old ones now. I just picked up V2, Sniper Elite V2 a couple weeks ago because I found out that they had actually updated it for Xbox One X, so it was running at 60 frames and 4K. Gorgeous. Again, some of these graphics are just some of the sharpest graphics you can find. Again, we could talk about whether or not they're detailed or whatever. They're just sharp. They just pop off the screen. I don't know what it is. I love them. So Sniper Elite 5 this week, early birthday gift for me. And if you pre-order, there's still a chance to pre-order if you're going to jump into this with both feet. There are some pre-order bonuses with some extra missions and that kind of stuff. So not the typical, you get some cosmetics. You get an extra couple missions for your pre-order. But definitely something to check out if you're looking for something different. Again, stealth. You can go full bore if you want to try. But let me tell you,
it gets wild.
Get mauled.
It gets wild. It definitely gets wild.
So looking forward to that one this week for sure. Sniper Elite 5, and that is on May the 26th. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC. Then on my birthday, May the 27th, a little
Hey,
again, it's
you're
so
excited for this one. I know it.
look, this is an older character. It's so strange what sometimes developers decide to bring back.
It
Like
is.
if you just said this, like I doubt there's a handful of people that know Cow the Kangaroo is coming
Close.
back. Yeah, right. Cow the Kangaroo is coming back to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC this week. Again, how many people played Cow the Kangaroo back in the day? I have no idea, but it's coming back. It's developed by Tate Multimedia, published by them, and it's coming out. So if you're looking for that platformer, that action platformer, that classic style with just updated graphics and gameplay, Cow the Kangaroo's out there, man. So again, that will be on my birthday, May the 27th. And then we also have, same day, Pac-Man Museum Plus.
I'm kind of
That's right,
I'm kind of hyped for this. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie.
I always jump back into Pac-Man games, man. Again, Pac-Man goes all the way back. Even that wonky Atari 2600 version that I played as a kid, Pac-Man has always been around. I enjoyed Pac-Man the cartoon back in the day, so I always jump back into these. Pac-Man Museum Plus, of course, by Bandai Namco, coming out May 27th for Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Interestingly enough, no PlayStation 5 version listed here. So I don't know if it's not getting the update. I don't know what needs to be updated with Pac-Man Museum Plus to get that Xbox Series badge, but it is going to be there. And I believe this one coming to Game Pass? I know there's a Pac-Man coming. This might be.
I don't know. It might be. But the one I was thinking about was Namco Museum.
Yeah, Namco Museum.
Collection.
Yeah,
oh my!
Yeah,
that was my jam, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
I was obsessed with that, and that came out in 05. Like I was knee deep in that. But yeah, man.
And that is it for this upcoming week in gaming. There's that's it. So again, Sniper Elite 5. If you're looking for roller derbies and roller champions, Cow the Kangaroo. If any of you actually remember that thing, and then of course Pac-Man, and then on PC Shipbreaker or mobile, you got your MMO Nino Kuni Crossroads. Nino Kuni Crossroads. So guess what? That's it, folks. So again, we're coming into the summer season, so we're not going to have the biggest of releases. They're holding. Obviously for later in the summer, fall time, and then of course holiday season. And we'll get more news about that as these showcases start, firing up in June here for sure. So
yeah, well, yeah, definitely 100%. Tim said, gotta head off to work. Have a great rest of the show and a great rest of the day. Mr. Rain, Living Splitscreen, Pong Soul. Hey man, shout out to you. Six Larry says Ty the Tasmanian Tiger is better than Cow the Kangaroo. Hey man,
yeah,
I feel you.
I remember Ty more than I do Cow. I do remember Cow, but when I was watching, I was like, I don't think I ever played it, but Ty I played before for sure. So shout out to Lemon showing up here. 108 Dragons. Go check out his show later today. Of course, the 108 Dragons, the Dragons Den podcast over on his channel, giving you all the facts every time.
Every time. Oh, nothing but facts. Great facts.
But and he was partying it up in New York last night too.
Hey, Lemon is always partying it up in New York, man. That's it. That's his section. Can't nobody test him out there, man. It's much love. I'm about to show him some love if I ever make it out that way. But hopefully you guys can still hear us clean. That was your upcoming game segment. Now, Pong, there's been a segment that we've kind of pulled away from over the last few weeks. It hasn't been too much. I mean, there's always craziness going on.
We've done it. We've done it.
We've implemented it in other things and in other ways, right?
Yeah.
But I think this time around, we need to just bring it back full force, because I think that you just got some, as we was mentioning earlier, with just not 108 speak some facts. But I think Pong has to pull out his good the big ruler, and point to the chalkboard and really break some things down for you guys, because I think we've learned some things from the community this week, man. And I think this is kind of going to involve the what is a game, or what makes a gamer conversation also. So, Pong, man, I'll stage it up for you a little bit. So I wanna pitch this to you. If I'm
let's make this clear. Let's make this clear for the chat and for the listeners and for everybody here.
Okay, what you got?
Real quick, let's make this clear. Steel and I have not discussed this topic.
No, we haven't at all.
Like, we've made a few comments and DMs, but I have no idea which way he's going on this, and he really has no idea which way I'm going on this.
So it's gonna be interesting.
This is gonna be interesting because, yeah, let's hop, because there's a lot of ways to go about this, and I've got one big overarching kind of feeling on it, which a lot of people who've listened to this show probably know where I'm going to land. But then we can get down in the nitty gritty and dissect this topic, and then things get interesting because there is some nuance to it, right?
Yes.
So go ahead, Steel, set it up.
All right, so if I were to tell you that, look, we got into a conversation. I said, Pong, yesterday I was watching a stream of somebody playing a game while holding my controller, but my console was turned completely off. I was only signed into my Google account when I was watching this Twitch stream. I watched it in complete succession. They played for about 10 hours, and they beat the game. Does that make me a gamer?
No, unless that makes you a fan.
But I had the strategy guide too, though, Pong. I went out. I bought the game too. I bought it.
Okay,
I haven't played it, but I bought it.
So after you got done watching, did you go play the game?
No, because they beat the game.
So you did, but so you bought the game, you bought the strat guide, you got the controller, you got the console.
Yeah.
But you're not actually going to play that game.
They played it. So why I need to play? I mean, doesn't that count? I'm a gamer. I gamed. Well, I mean, I watched them, but I held the controller. I was part of the experience.
No, that makes you a fan of said game. I mean, wait, because I mean, I could put on my football helmet and put on pads and sit down in front of the TV and watch NFL or college football, but that does not make me a football player.
I can put on pads and a football helmet and watch football. Football player.
Correct. I'm not going to walk around and say I'm a football player, but okay. All right.
But I can be part of the conversation though, right? I can say,
of course,
I can say now, but can I say, look, the game was trash because the gameplay, it just didn't feel right to me. Would I be able to say something like that? Like it just didn't feel smooth to me.
We've had this discussion. You got to be very careful about when you talk. Yes, you are allowed. I'm in the boat that if you watch something, you can have impressions of watching something. But when you get down to the controls don't feel smooth to me, or the mechanics don't feel smooth to me, that is implying that you actually did play that game because you felt the controls, which can only happen if you are actually playing.
Well, the game wasn't hard, so I just, it wasn't hard either. So
those are impressions. Your statement would have to be the person I was watching play the game did not seem to have a hard time. The game appeared to be easy to the person that I was watching. Okay. That's the way you would have to approach those conversations, sir. Okay. You cannot imply that you personally had that experience.
Okay, but if my brother played the game and I sometimes held the controller, but he beat the game, would that count? Would I be able to speak from experience from that? Because I watched him play the whole game. I was sitting right there next to him.
Did you
basically experienced the game, right? I mean, the game.
look?
Look, it looked
Steel.
really good though. It played good. It looked
Yeah,
good. I
yeah,
held the
yeah, yeah,
controller
yeah, yeah. No,
sometimes.
no, no. You can have
Um,
certain opinions like that, and if you played enough games, as we've talked again, I'll go back to sports analysis. Okay, you've got color commentary, and you've got the main broadcasters, right? A lot of those people on both sides have never played professional sports or
yes.
even at a college level sports. Can they still have an understanding of what's happening on the field, whatever sport it is, or at the ballpark? And can they still analyze it? Can they still say, boy, that was a hard hit, even though they haven't taken a hit like that in their lifetime? Yes. Yes, there are still some of those things that you can get from watching if you have played enough of a certain genre of game. Like I can watch people play RPGs that I may not have personally played, and I can have a good understanding of what's happening on the screen, and I can have an analysis of it.
Right.
But I just have to make clear that I did not play that game so that people understand that these are my personal feelings from observing, not from actually playing. There's a difference there. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. So with me saying that, this conversation has kind of come up because there's been people. This has always been a thing. People have always kind of fronted about games they've played or things that they've done. As a multiplayer gamer, somebody who's always been in PvP, this is something that's easily pointed out when somebody says, "Oh yeah, I played that game," and then you play online with them and you find out that they don't play the game, or at least don't play it at the level that you might play. So you have a differing opinion on what a true gamer may be, right? That's why this conversation is a very broad conversation to have, because there are different levels of gamers, right? I can go play football at a field with a bunch of friends, but I will never be an NFL player.
Correct.
But I am
Correct.
throwing around football. We're playing football, but I would never be an NFL player. It's kind of how I look at hardcore gaming. Is what I consider hardcore gaming is those MLG players, or and that's why I've kind of set that difference between hardcore gaming and what an enthusiast is, because people who are interested in cars aren't hardcore car guys, but people who race cars are what I would consider hardcore car guys, because that is what their lifestyle is. That is their life. Whereas
Shout out to Silverback. Silverback, good to see you back here again. I appreciate you joining us again on a Saturday. He goes, they wouldn't go, I watched porn. Does that make me a porn star?
That's funny
Stuff
as hell.
Sean goes, I watch porn. Does that mean I'm no longer a virgin?
That is funny as hell.
Oh, good God. You people, I love our chat.
I basically only play Division 2. Am I a gamer?
Yes. Yes, you're still a gamer.
Yeah,
yes.
man. I mean,
yes.
It's not just defined by
how much or
how little, whatever the case may be. Now, if you're trying to have an open conversation about different things, you can't base all of your gaming or all of gaming around one game, because all gaming isn't one game. All games aren't Destiny. All games aren't Halo. All games aren't the Division 2. There's a bunch of different games, and there's a collective of experience that we as gaming enthusiasts have had, which is why we get as passionate as we do in the community. And it is why it is difficult to see when people are, as we say, capping or making up stories or lying on themselves to fit into a crowd. Again, this is something that is not new. People have done this for generations. People have done it for years. And any space that is a hobby of some sort, right? You get that guy that says, I got a turbo in my car. You pop the hood and he doesn't have a turbo in his car. And he points out he points something completely different out that it isn't a turbo. They're like, man, that's your air intake. Like, no way, that's a turbo. I'm like, no, man. So there's key components that will always point out somebody's ignorance in the conversation. And that's fine. But I think the biggest issue that we end up running across is that there are people who do not represent either us in the best light as people who are enthusiasts, who are involved. And then there are people who kind of blow it out of the water and try to gatekeep and set guidelines of what you need to do, series of games that you need to play to be considered part of this conversation. And I don't agree with either side of that, because what it actually is somewhere in the middle. Just because Pong is a grazer doesn't make him any less of a gamer. Just because someone only plays, for this example, like Silverback was using, only plays the Division 2, you play 4 hours a day, dude, at the end of the day, you're still a gamer. No, you might not be as involved as someone else. Like my step pops, for an example. He got into Destiny. He plays Destiny every night for a few hours, right? Or when he gets some time in the weekend, he plays it then. He just recently got into it. My stepdad used to be a gamer. Diablo 2 was probably the last game that I can remember that he was heavily invested to. He really hasn't, I mean, of course, he's had games that he's played in between, like he got really heavy into Magic, but he was still playing games. Now, he can't be in the conversation whether God of War is a good title, because he doesn't have the experience of playing other games in those types of genre, in a third-person action-adventure game or a hack-and-slash game, because he doesn't have those memories to kind of base himself off of, right? Being a gamer is about your personal experience with games. I'm not going to sit here and say that you have to fit within a certain criteria. I do expect, though, for you to, if you are speaking about a specific game and you beat that game, to talk about it as if you beat the game. And if you didn't, then to be honest with people and say, I didn't beat the game, but these were my impressions. See, and I think that's the key difference, and I think where a lot of people are messing up, is that people don't know the difference between giving impressions and giving a review or trying to spit facts or whatever the case may be. I think that's the place where we're really going left here, because there's a lot of people, and this is where the problem lies, at least in my perspective and what I have seen over the years. We do have people who are involved within the gaming industry who can make an informed opinion, but don't necessarily have the experience. And I think that this is what has reared its ugly head to kind of keep this conversation going of what is and what is not, right? And again, it's very hard to define because there are different levels to it. And I'm not going to gatekeep anybody. Whether you're playing for 4 hours on a daily basis, whether you play 4 hours a week, I'm not going to gatekeep anybody. If gaming is something that you consider a hobby, great. What doesn't need to happen is you talking about things as if you've had firsthand experience, as if you have other places for reference to kind of base your opinion off of. There's nothing wrong with watching a game and giving your opinion about the game based off what you watched, but you have to let people know, because it is disingenuous, whether you agree with me or not. In my personal belief, it is disingenuous to lead people on to think that you played something that you did not play, or to make it seem as though you did, and then come out later and say, oh, I watched somebody play. That's not okay. You can't go out onto an NBA basketball court and play with LeBron James just because you watched LeBron James play. It does not work that way. There's a completely different, even if he was out, even if you saw Dwayne Wade, who is retired currently, you saw him down in Miami and you saw him at a basketball court just playing a pickup game, 3v3. Just because you've seen Dwayne Wade's career doesn't mean that you could get in there with a professional basketball player and play at his level. And that's kind of how I look at enthusiasts. Though these are people who are very involved. They can be better than the normal person, but the only thing that's separating them from somebody who is kind of uses this as kind of an outlet is the amount of time that you spend in it. And there shouldn't be a time criteria. Just because I put hundreds of hours in the games doesn't mean that somebody else who thinks, putting 20 to 30 hours in a game is enough. That doesn't make their opinion less valid. It just means if they have not beat the game, or if they speak on the difficulty, or whatever else the case might be, I wouldn't be able to take their conversation on that to heart because they don't have the full breadth of experience. To me, whether you have 0 gamer score, doesn't matter to me. Gamer score, achievements, trophies, none of that stuff matters to me. Now it does when you send me a friend request and I see that you have 1,000 gamer score and it looks like you just started your account. That becomes kind of questionable because we also like to kind of mediate our gaming circle, right? I also came up in a space where you just don't add people just because. You add people that you play with. So when you send me a random friend request, I think you're some bot because that's also a thing. But the reason I say gaming shouldn't be necessarily based off of your gamer score of achievements, well, one, a lot of our achievements aren't going to be connected to one account. 2, there was a point in gaming where it was a thing to make multiple accounts so you could stay online. Again, not everybody had money like that. So it is what it is. So you finesse the system a little bit to enjoy your experience, to take advantage of what was going on. Now, that wasn't necessarily me to be the case, but for an example in my case, a lot of the early on PlayStation 2, Xbox games, I'm not going to have anything for. Does that mean I didn't play those games? No. Do I have anything to show that I played those games? No. But I can talk about those games because I have the experience and I've seen it. And that's what kind of brings in more of a gray area, because as we do talk about older games, you see in games get remade, you do have open conversation. For example, like Quake was brought up. The chicken conversation, I'm not going to say her name because she's been dogpiled on enough. But the chick said that she played Quake 25 plus years ago, whatever the case might be. Okay. When she mentioned that when Quake came back out and she played it for an hour or whatever the case might be, I wasn't listening to her opinion based off of her saying that she just replayed Quake on the Xbox. I was listening to her saying that she played Quake based off her playing 25 years ago. If you played Quake 25 years ago, 20 years ago, you're not going to have any achievements for that. You're not going to have a record for that to show. You're only going to have your personal experience. So, and I feel like that was a part that was missed out on, at least to me personally, because a lot of people were like, now they were looking up her gamer score and everything. Oh, you only played for 30 minutes. Okay, well, she also just said before that, she played Quake 20 plus years ago. And whether she played Quake 20 years ago or not, we're not going to be able to validate because there's no records going back that far as for her spending that time there. And even if she did, it's hard to say why does it matter, but I can't just base the conversation off of her playing the new game for 30 minutes, right? She's speaking on an older experience that she had back in the day, and then her excitement about it coming to current gen or coming to consoles and everything, that she was able to play it today, right? Now, again, it
just speaks to a bigger issue though that we have, and this is community. Okay, this is community stuff. This is for the regular people out there that are gamers. Nobody gives a shit about any of this. Okay, for the mat, this is a community thing, and my biggest issue with that, since you brought this up, and let's kind of have dialogue here a little bit, right? Let's have a little bit of dialogue instead of just you and me doing our usual. The biggest thing for me, Steel, is if you don't respect somebody, I don't care who it is. Like if you, for whatever your opinion is, right? I don't care what your opinion is. You could have your opinion of somebody. I don't even care if you just look at somebody and say, hey, I don't like this person. Okay, great. Move on. Okay, then you don't respect that person, right? To gather together a bunch of people that you rock with in the community, and to dogpile somebody because you don't respect that person, or you think that person hasn't earned a certain level for you where you're going to listen to what they have to say, then why go gather a bunch of people and dogpile? Move on. Again, why does it matter? Move on. And that came up this week, especially with her in particular, because the Xbox ambassador badge, right? That
Right.
people throw out here.
Which,
Okay. Which again is another nuance to this.
Right.
Again, if you understand what the Xbox ambassador program is supposed to be, then you understand what their job is. But if you don't have respect for them because they can't prove to you that they played X games or X amount of time or whatever the case is, you're not interested in their opinion anyways. Move on. Why do you have to go dogpile? Why do you have to come out and try to excommunicate them from the community just because they are somebody that you personally can't respect? Move on with your life. Again, this thing that we have in this community where we have all these different people with different judgments of other gamers as to whether or not they're worthy, then mute them, block them, move on with your life. You don't have to listen to them.
right.
The Xbox Ambassador program, again, we can have a discussion about what credentials we think that they should have, but the point of fact is Xbox has created this kind of open system where anybody positive that speaks positively out about the products, about Xbox, about the brand,
Right.
can jump in and create their own kind of community, right?
Right.
That's what Xbox ambassadors are. They're supposed to create positivity around the brand. And that doesn't necessarily just mean games, right? The one girl we're talking about here, her specialty is unboxing. Her specialty is showing off brand new controllers and all that kind of stuff, right? That's her specialty. She's not out here getting full reviews of Xbox games saying, yeah, you guys got to go play this game. It's absolutely
Right.
ridiculous, and giving a whole review
Right.
on a game she never played just because she's an Xbox ambassador.
Nah, that's
So
not-
again, that's where I come into this. There's different, we could, of course, just like you said, Steel, with sports, there's different levels of athletes, right? There's the grade school level athletes, high
Right.
school, college, pro. There's all different levels of athletes. There's all different levels of gamers. But again, the point being is, at the end of the day, the overarching theme is they are a gamer in some capacity. That's why I've always said, if you play Candy Crush on your phone, to me, you're a gamer. Now,
Yeah.
now, am I going to go to you and ask you, hey, what do you think about the latest Call of Duty? No, because
No.
you don't play that.
I wouldn't
those
ask you about
games.
anything else. Right.
Right. And
That's why it's
Right.
important to understand people's backgrounds too, right? Because there's just
Right.
certain conversations that you can't have, which is why I can respect the conversation of, okay, well, what kind of games do you play? Can you evolve yourself this conversation, or are you just throwing yourself at the conversation? Because that's also something different. Those
Right.
people who just throw themselves in the conversation just to be part of it isn't cool either, right? Like, we don't
No.
want that. And
No.
that's why it's such a fine line, and this rabbit hole can really go very deep. Six Slayer brings up a good point too. He says Quake 25 years ago was also different than if you did today. Unless you had some old ass PC and play with lots of others with equally old ass PCs, you see how far down the rabbit hole this can go. Exactly. And that's a completely different experience. Doing LAN on PC and everything, and getting together in one central location to have tons of people hook up and have LAN parties. There's going to be a lot of people who don't have that experience.
Right.
But to completely base it off of like her recent experience with whatever game, or just anybody's most recent experience, and she is like, not just she, but this person is not necessarily somebody who is like capping for games or whatever the case that people say,
Right.
but is just saying, look, I mean, this is the greatness about it. This is what I see. This is my perspective from it, and just speaking from that point.
And her saying, I'm excited.
Yeah.
Right. How it, I don't know who doesn't understand. If I say I'm excited for something, right, that's not me all of a sudden telling you, hey, this is the best game I ever played, or hey, this is my review, I'm really excited to play the new one. This has got nothing to do with that. That just means she's excited for something. Like, I see lots of things I'm excited for, and I come on these shows and say I'm excited to see them. Does that mean that I'm going to go 100% that game? Of course not. I'm a grazer, right?
Right.
But that people understand that just because you're excited for something does not mean that all of a sudden that you're giving a stamp of approval that I'm an Xbox ambassador and this is 100% approved. Like that's not what's happening here, folks. And again, that's where this all goes off the rails for me, Steel, is that why do we have these groups in this community that want to go discredit everybody? I don't understand that. If somebody is coming out and saying 100% I beat this game, and you go find that they didn't beat this game and they've been giving reviews on that game, certainly they're lying, and certainly you can call that out. But somebody just generally speaking positively about a brand who that's their job, the brand overall, and kind of showing off, like I said, controllers and unboxings and all this kind of stuff. Okay, so now you're telling me that you're jealous that she's getting free stuff, or that they're getting free stuff because they're an Xbox ambassador. You don't think they should because they don't game enough to be, to be worthy of that. Well, that's up for Xbox to decide. That's up for all the companies to decide whether or not they're worthy. Again, that's marketing 101, baby. This has been going on for a long, long time, right?
You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised how many commercials you see of people using products that you use every day who don't use those products. How many celebrities have you seen over the years use Tide? They don't wash their clothes with fucking Tide.
Look, and all the YouTubers out there,
come on, bro.
All the YouTubers out there, all the Twitch, but look, all those people that were advertising for Raid Shadow Legends, do you think they were putting hundreds of hours into Raid Shadow Legends?
They're not playing
maybe
Raid.
Like 1%, maybe 1%.
They're not playing. They're getting the bag, man. So they're pitching it to the people. It's marketing.
Right. Correct.
Pitch, you play this game? Oh, put Raid Shadow Legends in there. Hey, maybe some.
Right.
Why? Because it's going to appeal to somebody. It might not appeal to everybody, but it does appeal to somebody on a gaming channel, and this person's going to talk about it.
And I'm sure most of them tried it. I'm sure most people tried it. A lot of the requirements, I know this because I watched a lot of people, a lot of the requirements were that they had to put their own gameplay of Raid Shadow Legends up while they were discussing it. That was one of the marketing agreements, points in the marketing agreement. So did they try it? Yeah. But were they capping for it? Of course they were, because they were getting paid, but everybody knows that. That's marketing, right? They weren't giving full, honest to goodness reviews on the game. They were doing marketing and saying, hey, this is a fun game. Go try it out, blah, blah, blah. But they weren't saying, oh, I played it. I finished this game, and this is like one of the best games I've ever played. No, they were using marketing speak. Yeah. Right? Manscaped, same thing. Do you think everybody who promotes Manscaped right now is actually buzzing their shit? No.
Hey, sorry guys. Hey, I'm gonna let your secret out. You're not. And if you are, congrats, man. Hopefully it's working out for you. I want to try it out. See, hey, if they're gonna cut me a deal to try it out, I'll try it out too. Sucks. But
I played Raid Shadow Legends stuff. Shout out to you, brother.
I tried. I ain't gonna lie.
I did. I downloaded it.
It's not for me, but I tried.
I tried it.
You know what I'm saying? So it worked. And that was the whole point. It did work because it gets us as gamers who are still kind of on the fence of, I don't really like mobile games like that, but this one looks kind of interesting. Let me try it out. And then you put an hour into it, 2 hours into it, or you put a day into it, never return to it, but you did invest time. And then somebody else brings up, oh yeah, man, I played Raid, and then boom, before you know it, that person that you spoke to could be the next person that they're playing this game with. You never anticipated. And it's easy for that thread to start, right? So for me, again, being a gamer is not just about achievements. It's not about scores. It's not about trophies. It's not about none of that.
No way.
It's all that it's about to me is you having honest conversation and you playing games. Correct. If you play games, that you're a gamer. What level of gamer? That's a different conversation.
Correct.
Completely. And it's a conversation that I am very one-sided on. I'll say one-sided, but I do kind of tread two lines on it. I am the gamer who will say I am a PvP-focused gamer. So if we go into PvP-focused games, you can expect that I am wanting a certain level of gameplay as a PvP gamer. Now, do I take myself as serious as I used to? Where, oh, killed my KD matters. Oh, if we're losing, it bothers me and I'm having a bad day. No. Have I been, but I've always been kind of like that. Where, yes, I mean, I take it serious, but not so serious unless I'm in a tournament or something. That's completely different, which I've had my fair share of. But there are different levels to it. And I'm not going to sit here and gatekeep somebody from experiencing gaming in their own light. My problem will always forever be when people talk about things that they have no experience with. Don't talk about, for an example, Witcher can be a good game for an example. I've never spoken on how good or bad or trash or whatever else the case the Witcher was because I never played it. I'm playing it now and I'm enjoying the 3 hours I've played of it so far, which is, to me, really good. So it is kind of lining up with some of the things that people have said. I also know that this game is a commitment. Yeah. There's different levels to it.
Right. I've tried it 3 times, Steel, and I say that every time, right? That once the next gen patch comes out, I'm going to try again. I can still recognize that other people say, and I can go by people that I trust, that I've listened to. And again, when there's a general consensus that The Witcher 3 is one of the greatest games of all time, I'm not going to sit here and say it's not just because I couldn't play it through it, just because I put about, between all the times I've tried, I probably got like 30 hours into it, but I never talk about it as if I played it and finished it. I always say, hey, other people consider this, a lot of people consider this one of the greatest games of all time. And from what I played, I can tell you that from a story standpoint, loving it, right? I always say for me, the combat was always the issue that it pulled me away from the experience. But from what I played, I can agree. The writing, the character building, the world building is all there. So I understand why people think this is one of the greatest games of all time. Same goes for Zelda. I will never touch a Zelda game. I'm open and honest about that. I've played Zelda 1, Zelda 2, and Super Nintendo Zelda, whatever it was, Legends or whatever it was. I can't remember the name of it. Though that's as far as I got with Zelda, but I'm not going to sit there and trash the game because I never played it, even though I simply say it's not something interesting to me, but I can recognize that a majority of people who have played Zelda, some of the Zeldas, think that they are some of the greatest games of all time. Yeah. Right. So there's, like I said, there's nuance to this, right? And there's nuance and how you're going to speak on it. And you know, Silverback, I know you're kind of playing with a pun there. You said it does taint their review. I'm sure you're talking about when I said my Manscaped thing. Yes, but if people are being real about, but that's why Steel and I always say, look, find the people that you trust as reviewers and stick to them. If you need that other voice to talk about something that you're interested in, find those reviewers that you do trust. But that's why most of the time, most of the good reviewers will say, hey, I was supplied this game, or this was sent to me. And again, the girl that we were talking about that got dogpiled in all of her videos, she always gives a shout out to whoever sent her the controller or whoever sent her the special edition that she's unboxing. She always mentions that it was gifted to her. So then if that for you says, hey, I really can't trust this person because it was gifted, well, then that's fine. Then that's a person that you can't trust, right? That's a person you personally think probably has a bias in whatever opinion that they're personally giving right at that time. And if that's the case, then you just move on. Then that's not a person you're going to listen to. It doesn't affect you in any way, shape, or form. If somebody else watches that and doesn't have that same opinion, or watches it and doesn't realize that it's a paid promotion or that they were gifted something, well, then that's on that person. And if they are suckered into something, that's on that person for not doing their homework. Okay, that again, that should not affect you in any way, shape, or form. That's the way advertising works. And again, it's been going on for hundreds of years like this in all aspects. You can go back in the days and find people who ran around selling snake oil, and they had their people also in their back pocket that went around and were in the crowd going, yeah, it healed my broken leg in 2 days.
Yep.
That's how advertising has been done forever, whether you agree with it or not. But again, to dogpile, to try to discredit somebody when they're not hiding things, when they are open about it, whether or not they said, I played for a few hours, and you go in and see they played for 48 minutes, which I also saw this week. Look, come on, man. We all know how we speak. Sometimes when we're talking and say, oh man, I played this for a couple hours, and you've actually, it felt like a couple hours to you. If you actually went back and looked and it was like an hour, does that mean I flat out lied and I was trying to, come on, man? No.
Yeah.
But if you say I beat a game and then you go in and give a review and somebody goes through your stats and says, actually, you only played this game for 5 hours. How did you beat Skyrim in 5 hours? Okay, well, then that's something that we can talk about, right?
Right. You're not being honest.
Yeah,
100%.
you're not being honest. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what it really leads back to, because there has been a lot of people who are seen as frauds, quote unquote, or seen as people who don't really play games. There's a lot of people out there. There's people within the Twitter community who do these things, right? Yeah. The Facebook community, the Reddit community, who sit on the computer all day, text and write essays to each other, and aren't actually playing games. Opinions, like Six Layer says the perfect thing, and it came up just in time. An opinion is a personal evaluation of the facts. If they don't have the facts, it's hard to give such opinions the time of day, which I 100% agree. And you can easily point somebody out for what they're talking about once you get into that conversation. You can tell me and Pong have a conversation about Cyberpunk 2077 all day long. Why? Because we beat the game back and forth. So no matter what point of the game that Pong talks about, when he starts talking about it, I may not remember everything about the game, but when he starts talking about it, it's going to make me remember my experience with the game. And then boom, we have conversation about it. Now we have conversation, and the conversation starts getting a little off. Like, you can kind of tell that, okay, well, how did this part go? Well, it's hard to do with Cyberpunk because there are varying options there, but there's just certain pieces of games that you could tell whether somebody's played or not. And I know that gets a little bit more difficult when, again, people do watch games, can't watch them in the full totality, which is why I wanted to use that as a funny reference point, because people can and will base a lot of their opinions off of watching a full game session. That's what people do with Twitch. People watch Dr. Disrespect all the time. Yeah, it's like 20K plus people watching him all the time. And there's probably at least a percentage of those that are like, yeah, man, I'm a hardcore gamer too, man. I watch Dr. Disrespect. I'm on that level with him. Sure. But then you play the game with them, and this is why it's always been different from me, because once you say that you've played a game or that you play a game, I can play the game with you and find out whether you really played this game or not. But it also opens the conversation of, there's just different levels. And that's one thing that Gears taught me, is that there are different level of gamers. And because I've met some people who were extremely enthusiastic about Gears, love Gears. I've met people throughout the community who love Gears, right? And then I play the game with them, and they're not that great.
Sure.
See, old me would have said, oh, well, you're not a real gamer then. You don't play this game the way that I play it.
No, but there's different talent levels too in gaming, just like there is anywhere else too.
I mean, and that's what that's what opens that conversation of, there's just so many different meanings, and nobody has a definition of what it should be because of the different perspectives.
And Silverback, you're correct that snake oil salesmen should be discredited. If somebody's out there building a whole channel or a whole community around them giving off official, like, hey, I've played all these games, I beat all these games, and
they're all great.
They're all great, and I'm giving these reviews. Absolutely. Right. This week in particular, what brought this conversation on, though, stemmed from basically really one person. It kind of it elevated into more, but this one person, this one girl, all she did, why she got all this hate and why the Xbox Ambassador program came under this ridiculous fire was because she dared come out and give her opinion that people should not be criticizing Phil Spencer because of the Starfield and Redfall delay. She dared come out on Twitter and give her opinion that people who do not do Phil Spencer's job probably should not be criticizing him. Now, for me personally, that's a bunch of BS, and I don't agree with that. And Phil doesn't agree with that. Phil's the quarterback of one of the most powerful companies in the world. He gets the credit, and he also gets the heat, and he would not have it any other way. And Phil Spencer does not need to be defended by anybody. And some of the criticism, was it unfair? Was the fire Phil Spencer stuff garbage? Of course it is. It's garbage. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to go fight people over Phil Spencer for it. But that she dared say that, that's when people dug into her, and then it got extended to the Xbox Ambassador program, and then they started dogpiling her and going after her for that. Again, she's never presented herself from anything that I have seen, and I've followed her for quite a while now. Anything I have seen from her, she has never presented herself as some type of hardcore gamer who's playing thousands of hours, who's giving these reviews on games and is actually promoting herself as some Xbox,
aficionado,
Xbox game, aficionado or whatever. That's never what I've seen from her, but that's what people turned it into because of her stance on Phil Spencer and because she said that people who have not done his job can't criticize. I don't agree with that opinion. I don't agree with that opinion at all. But to go attack her and then start delving in and start making it seem like she was promoting herself as something she's not, that's not true. She does play games. She came out and said, I don't play as much as I'd like to. I don't play that way. I have a partner who does play more and I watch him. And then everybody ran with if you watch, you're a game. Other people jumped in, defended her, and then it turned into a big debacle, right?
Yeah.
So, but yes, again, snake oil salesmen should definitely be called out if they're building something out of it and they're just out here in the world trying to promote themselves as some big expert. Look, I can give you examples within this community of snake oil salesmen.
There's a lot,
come in.
By the way,
Steele and I have personal experience with one of them that tried to come in here and buy their way into this community and tried to start something as if they were experts in what they were doing. And it turns out that they're not experts in what they are doing. And they were trying to use people within this community to promote their own stuff and to basically make money off of them. And that didn't turn out well for that person because it got called out really quick. And they're still around, they're still here. But at the same time, they failed in what they were trying to do, big time. So yes, I agree 100%. Those need to be called. Again, this person in particular and what happened this week was not that in any way, shape, or form to me. Again, that's just my opinion, but to me, it wasn't. It was something else. So
yeah, and I mean, and it definitely opens the conversation of what is a game or what makes a game and everything is always going to be an open conversation to have because everybody's always going to have their own personal experience, right? And that's what makes it also a difficult conversation because people can't be honest with themselves and you are going to set those your own guidelines. Again, I could be honest and say that I looked at gaming very jaded at one point in time. Again, I'll say it here again. I did believe if you weren't a multiplayer gamer, if you didn't play multiplayer games, you're a casual. Period.
Steele would have hated me back in the day, is basically what he's saying.
I mean, it's well, not that, and it was never hate, but it was just like our gaming experience, our gaming levels are going to be different. But then when you open the conversation up and you say, oh, well, I played Battlefield for a crazy amount of hours. And okay, now we're having a different conversation. Now we can get, okay, you play Battlefield. Let's jump into some Battlefield. Now that bond could have still built, but it would have been different originally because maybe me and Pong I never met because he was a single player gamer more so than previously. And that does jade the conversation because then you're centering yourself around more people who kind of think the way you think. When people who take PvP gaming very seriously, they don't look at gaming the same as everybody else. It's not. It's not about all the visuals and the first party games. That's not what it's about at all. It's about the competition. What game can I play to prove that I'm better than you? That's what it comes down to.
Still, does this happen in the PC community? Do people look at the Steam achievements and go, "You're not a real gamer"?
To my knowledge, to my knowledge, what's crazy is these conversations I never really seen happen until I jumped into the community. Until I look, and now I have seen things around it, but I didn't see as it be so adamant as it is until I've jumped into the multiple gaming community that I'm in at this, right? So when now, because again, like I made the reference to, if I saw that you had a low gamer score, that kind of told me that you didn't play the game like that, or maybe you were just a bot, because there's a lot of that goes on. People make new accounts, send friend requests, they're trying to get next to whatever the case might be. There's a lot of that goes on.
Yeah, but again, it's somebody who plays Madden and Call of Duty every year,
right?
Or like, let's say a professional esports player,
right?
Are they any less of a gamer just because they play 24/7 on whatever their specialty? No.
I can tell you right now, that's 1,000,000% the reason why my gaming score is the way that it is. Mind you, I've had my gamer tag since at least 2005, 2006, I believe. At least my personal gamer tag. So it's like, you put that in perspective. I mean, yeah, you see Randy, the man with the million, but I'm also the man with multiple games that I have thousands of hours in.
Right.
Where other people would be like, oh, I can't even spend 200 hours in a game. That's too much.
Right.
Me, you give me a good MMO, I'm constantly fighting on a week-to-week basis of me jumping back into Black Desert Online. And I'm fighting that because once I invest myself back into that world, that's a time commitment. That is a dedication. That is, I can't play any other games. And guess what? I'm not going to get anything for it. Do I look at it that way, though? Oh, I need to get something from my experience? No, nothing other than the playtime that I got. And because that's all that matters to me. The time in the world, that's all that matters to me. Especially, or me getting gameplay. That's what matters. I like getting gameplay now. Recording is dope. You can go back and look at I catch myself having moments while we're going live with the show, while I'm looking at the gameplay, because it's like, oh, I remember when I went through this moment, that was dope. Like that, and that's super dope to me. But yeah, man, it's definitely a hard it's not a hard conversation to have, but it's a very open conversation to have for sure.
No, it's not. It's just nuance. My overarching
nuance
thing
for sure
is, again,
good point.
If these people aren't affecting you, why do you care? Again, maybe it's just because I'm old, I just don't care. If somebody wants to claim they're a gamer, let them freaking claim they're a gamer.
Claim whatever you want.
Claim whatever you want. Again, if you're out here and you're really, again, you're starting to promote yourself and you're like trying to do this whole thing where, you're trying to build, respectability, and you're trying to weasel your way into certain situations, and you're trying to do all this.
That's 100% different.
That's different. But if somebody wants to jump in and say they're a freaking game, who cares? What is all this checking? Again, if you look at that person, you're listening to them and you're like, I can tell you're not being real. You're not being honest. Move on. It's not affecting you.
Unless you get into my circle, there's no reason for me to address it. There really isn't. I mean, I can say something. I can say, hey, I don't really feel like you kind of have some of the qualities that I'm looking for personally, and I can make that known. But beyond that, I'm not going to start a fuss about it. Like, claim whatever you want. That's like somebody claiming they're a Blood or a Crip, and then you go to LA and find out that you're not a Blood or a Crip. You can find out real quick whether you're part of a gang or not. Real quick. And there's some areas throughout the United States where if you don't carry yourself a certain way, people are gonna really G-check you.
Right.
So G-checking people over video games is corny to me. But if we're doing it based off of what a person has said, or because they tried to paint themselves a certain way, and you check their credentials and it doesn't add up, then that opens a different conversation.
Sure.
If you're in conversation with them. But
sure, if they're affecting you, if they're trying to get into something that, again, man, this is it's just so frustrating, because I don't understand why people waste their time on this stuff when it comes to video games. I just don't get it, man. And again, I do what you want. It's your time. It's your life.
Right.
But I just have the hardest time understanding where some of this vitriol and this need to somehow make video games some prestigious accomplishment thing.
And
I just don't get it, man. It's a
nobody else
hobby. It's
cares.
entertainment. Like people are literally out here acting as if they are running $1 million companies, and they need to protect this whole this
if I don't prove that you're
If
not
I
a
don't
real
prove-
gamer, I'm
Right.
not gonna get a AAA game.
Oh man, it's just so ridiculous to me. And we got people out here stealing. I sent you to the DMs. We now have the circus and the clown show out here rooting for Big Brother government to come in and do all this all this stuff that we all say is bad news, or a lot of us say is bad news.
Right.
They are literally rooting for Big Brother government to try to make sure that Activision doesn't go through, or that FTC is going to start looking at influencers and the gifts that they're receiving. They literally are hoping that Big Brother comes in and starts coming down on other human beings, just regular average Joe people, for this stuff over video games. It boggles my mind, Steel. It absolutely boggles my mind. I just don't get it. And yes, Vic the Click, I was that annoying sniper in Bad Company. I can't snipe in most video games, but Bad Company was one of the games I could snipe in, right? So yes, I was that annoying sniper.
Yeah, I seen that. I was about to say, yeah, that was 100% Pong. Pong would be the guy to run up on you when you thought you were safe. And stab you, take your dog tags.
Mortars, baby. I was dropping those buildings on top of you as you're trying to camp in those buildings.
See, I already know.
But I guess at the end of the day, Steel, at the end of the day, you are a gamer if you play games. If all you do is watch video games, then I will say you are a fan of video games, which is cool too. And you can be a part of certain conversations. Even as a fan of video games, you could be a part of certain conversations. Again, I was a fan of Souls games because I tried playing them and could not play them. And I admitted that, and I've always said that until Elden Ring, which I put 50 hours into, right? But I was a fan of Souls games because I loved the aesthetic. I loved everything that I was seeing on screen. And I always made those comments when we were talking about Souls games, or when Souls games were in the conversation. I always said I tried them. Couldn't get into them. They weren't for me. I wasn't going to put the time to get good, right? But I can still have a conversation about the aesthetics, about the art direction, about everything I was seeing on the screen. I could still have a conversation, but I would never try to say, "Oh yeah, man, I beat him, man. The boss in such and such a level was a real bitch, man. I couldn't get through." That's totally different than just having a plain conversation. So if you are a fan of video games, you are still in this community per se, because you still support what this community is about. As long as you're not coming in trying to talk like you play games, you're cool. But if you play some games, if you play a little bit of games, like Steel said, if you play for a couple hours a week, then you're a gamer, right? You are a gamer. But if you're just watching, you're a fan. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. And again, I don't care personally. As long as you're not trying to be something you're not, I don't care. And if you're trying to be something you're not, and I find out, or I get the hint or the clue, or I look at you, then I'm just going to move on. The dogpiling stuff is unnecessary. Again, the dogpiling stuff is for other reasons. Again, there was a reason why the one person got attacked in particular. And it wasn't because of whether or not she was a gamer. It didn't start out that way. Is because she defended Phil Spencer, and there's, the circus can't stand that. So it is what it is. They jumped in, and then it turned into this bigger issue.
Yeah, but that's the main thing. People coming across like you can't criticize, whatever the case might be. And again, I don't agree with her statement. You can't say that, you need to run $1 million business if you want to criticize what Phil's doing. No, criticize Phil. That's what he's there for.
Armchair.
People in those positions understand the hate and love that comes with that position. People are going to feel however they want to feel. That's what makes us as people unique. We all don't come from the same mindset. We don't come from the same families. We weren't all raised the same. So people are going to have their differing opinions. Are you offering a constructive criticism, or are you just trying to dog pile to dog pile? But for the other thing that I don't agree with either is this whole attack culture that people feel like, because the other thing that I would say too is that you can easily log off of Twitter, mute the post, delete the post, whatever you need to do to not be involved in that conversation anymore. You could. Now, people keep hitting you up. That's something different, but you can literally unplug yourself. That is the one problem I do have with people that are on the internet that act like the internet is still new. Unplug yourself from social networks if it is that big of a problem for you.
Yes.
It is literally that easy.
On both sides.
Both
and that's
sides,
one thing I will say. That's one thing that isn't a popular opinion at all, that because of my generation and because where I come from and how I grew up.
Yeah.
If you're going to put yourself out there in the public space, then you got to understand what the potential is. And again, whether the dogpiling is right or wrong. And again, I'm against it when it comes from this standpoint. It's completely off. Okay. It's completely wrong. And to the people that are dogpiling, I always say, why aren't you just moving on? Move on with your life. It's not affecting you. Move on. Don't put your energy into this. But you also have to understand from the other side, if you're just somebody who innocently does post something in a public space, you also have to understand that you may get that dogpiling, but then that's when you mute, block, and move on, and you close down. You can even close down your thread now so that nobody else can respond, right? That's what you do to protect yourself. And and again, some people like to put something out there that they know is, and I'm not saying that she in particular was doing this, but there are people who do like to throw something out there that they know is going to be highly controversial and that is going to garner negative attention and then claim victim when it comes. That I don't agree with either. That there's plenty of that bait and switch that happens all the time. I don't agree with that either. Right? At all, 100%, because it does work both ways. So again, that stuff is out there now. This is a society now that has created this with social media. We have become a participation society as well, where everybody gets a participation trophy, which I can't stand either. You get a trophy for whatever. Look, that's not how real life works, folks. There's still a lot that goes into it.
I don't like this kind of society that we're in currently, where it's just like, oh, you get a trophy for competing. No, it's first, second, and third place. You're aiming for first. Second is cool, but third, nobody remembers. Just saying.
Right.
And that's the way life is, man. You're not going to get a participation trophy for everything. You don't need it. You don't have to have it, but we are also in a society where validation is a big thing for people. People want to feel validated. The internet has led people to feel this way, and that is okay. That's why this is a passionate conversation, and that's why I feel like it is one to have, although, it's not bringing you gaming news currently, but this is an important conversation to have. Find the creators that you support. Find the people that you can get behind. Find information that works for you or whatever the case may be. Nobody's telling you that you have to 100% listen to the truth all the time. Look, man, people have their vices. If you like dishonest people, hey, there's people out there for you. If you like people who are actually involved within whatever community, whatever industry, look for it, find those people, and then have your own opinions. That's the biggest thing.
Yep, exactly. And protect your energy, as I always say. 100%. And Jesse B, 100%. Jesse B says, I connect with creators and positive people. Curation is a thing that people don't seem to realize is there, maybe seen as an echo chamber, but I'm done arguing over stupid. Exactly, sir. 100%. Exactly how you, again, if you're one of those people that isn't in this for the trolling, for the arguments, for the negativity, for that type of energy, which I'm not about either, sir. Again, my mute list has grown quite large because I'm not about that. And again, protect your energy, whatever your energy is, whatever you're here for. You have the ability to control most of what you see. And if some of it slips through and slips into your feed, into your timeline, you have the ability to weed it out as it comes. And you should, if you don't want to have that in there. And as the end of the day, again, if video games are something that drives you to personally attack another person,
You need to get some help.
shout out to Dragonheart Yolo, you dropped in here because he loves this. Get some help. Get some real help.
Psychology type help.
If somebody's opinion drives you to the point where you have to personally attack them and you can't have a debate,
or nobody can debate.
If you can't simply filter out that they are emotional and that they have an opinion that differ from yours, if you can't filter that out yourself, please do get some help, because social media, again, yes, it's open for everybody. Yes, be here if you want to be here, but it is a choice, a personal choice at the end of the day, to be on social media, to be around in these spaces. And if you are one of those people that energy sucks dry, you need to remove yourself. That's your control. You can only control what you can control. Take yourself out of it, okay? Because again, it's not doing any good, okay? It's really not. It's not constructive at the end of the day. And we've seen that time and time again on here. You can go find a million examples, especially over this past year, of where it's self-destructed people. Again, be mindful of that energy out there, because it will get you at the end of the day. It really will, whether you believe it or not. So,
yeah, no, 100%. Again, those things are important. And again, not to go above and beyond on this topic, but it is definitely one that we felt like it was important. I know not a lot of people are going to speak on it the way we've spoken on it today, that it has been a central point for a lot of different people, and people are going to have their own perspectives. And look, man, that's cool. Have your perspective. Let's have an honest conversation. Let's move from there. I do think that definitely lines up for some interesting conversation to roll into some things that Sony is apparently doing, because it's part of the reason why I named the episode what I did. Does Sony define gaming? Well, one, to be a little bit different from what the community is currently talking about and everything, but also just because I think it's a more interesting question. Because at this point, is it a question, right? Is it a question, or is it more like a little known fact that when Sony makes moves, it seemingly defines gaming, right? The reason I bring this up is a couple things. One, I'm going to start with the Sony CEO, Kenichiro Yoshida, has said that the company's planned acquisition of Bungie represents a major step forward in becoming more multi-platform. Now, wow, where has these ideas come from, right? We've heard the conversations that games being sold at the current standard that they're sold at, where you put a game out, you sell 20 million copies over 5 years, that method isn't something that is dependable. It's not reliable, especially moving into the future. Sony themselves have come out and said this very same thing. Jim Ryan has said it. Look, it's not sustainable for us to keep doing things the way we have been doing them. So it does make sense, especially as we're seeing consoles talk on a similar platform as PCs do, that things do start becoming more like the PC ecosystem. Essentially meeting the consumer wherever the consumer may be, right? Computers, it went from you having your standalone computer, it being super expensive back in the day, to boom. Well, you had a phone, then you had a computer, then now you had a cell phone. Now you got gaming consoles, and the list goes on, right? And then now we're getting to a point where things are kind of hand in hand with each other. So it only makes sense to me that we again get back to the point of let's meet the consumer where the consumer's at. And that is going to be the biggest play, and part of the reason why I say we are in the age of accessibility. Because the further we move into this future, this digital era, whether y'all want to realize it or not, things will have to change. And if you want the games that you have been getting for an example, third-person over-the-shoulder action adventure games, if I want to continue to get Gears, if I want to continue to get my Forzas, whatever the case, my good racing games, if I hopefully will ever get a good Need for Speed, I need for these companies to know that they are getting their return on investment, or our ROI for those who are familiar with the term, because those things matter. And the less that they can worry about getting to a point to where, oh, it's all about hardware sales. We got to get the hardware sales out. As we phase out of that conversation, kind of like we kind of skip over the conversation of games not really having box media as much as they used to, how that has also saved the production on some facets. They don't have to do those things. I mean, we saw, for an example, like with Sifu, where Sifu came out a month later with a physical copy. Like, you could do those things now. That's not part. It doesn't have to be part of your production pipeline, right? Where you have to figure out the storefronts and how to put a good case together and hire a graphic artist team to make sure that your case looks appealing, because that was what we based some of our opinions back off in the day. Is that when you saw that game case, oh damn, that case looks cool. Let me buy this game, or let me rent this game. You base it completely off of how the front of the case looked. Now, everything is digital. You can have people telling you about the game. You have too many people reviewing games. So there is just so much more to a benefit to the consumer now that I think is benefiting us, and we'll continue to see that as we move into the future. So it makes sense that these companies want to go multi-platform. But this article was written on the 18th of May, 2022, and it's coming from VGC. But for those who didn't know, maybe you were in a hole, whatever the case may be, PlayStation acquired Bungie for $3.6 billion. We've had this conversation here before, that the deal for Sony to get Bungie was not about Destiny. That's not what that's about. Destiny is an add-on, and yes, Sony will see the dividends from that, because whether people want to believe it or not, Destiny,
and their new IP too that they have.
New IP, they do have a new IP in production, but whether people want to believe it or not, Destiny is an IP that people will constantly flock to, and people will jump in and out of. To this day, Destiny is one of those games like Halo Infinite is trying to become, and like other MMOs try to do, is become that 10-year plan and really stick to that. Have they been good throughout? No. But the whole point for Sony acquiring Bungie is to make sure that Sony can catch up with the live service side of things, to be able to give their consumer a better experience. Factions is something else that I want to bring up later, but we're hearing now, shout out to Jeff Grubb, who another insider or journalist within the community from GamesBeat. Does excellent work. Definitely check out Jeff Grubb if you're not familiar with him. He's on Twitter. He's also on YouTube, so check him out. But he said this week that apparently factions might not be part of the remake of the first Last of Us. And to me, that's kind of unfortunate, but to me, that also speaks to they have something completely different going on currently, right? I don't know why Pong's audio forms are moving. His mic's not on. It's really weird, whatever. But with that being said, I think part of the reason why they separated out, well, one, he did say that things have seemed to have gotten bigger. That seems like to be a consistent thing with Sony. Oh, God of War Ragnarok got bigger. Oh, Miles Morales was almost too big to be considered its own thing. And now we're seeing this with factions, so seemingly that it's become something bigger than in scope than what they anticipated. So what this tells me is that since them acquiring Bungie, maybe they've had some conversations. Again, I don't like to pretend like these companies aren't smart. Like, they're not thinking about things in the background. Like, they're not having meetings. It's not me and Pong aren't the guys that are the only people that are thinking this way. These companies have people sitting in boardroom meetings 9 to 5 coming up with ideas. on how to move things forward or things they need to implement. And I can guarantee you that Bungie has already sat down with Sony and said, hey, okay, well, this is what we're going to do. This is our future. This is our plans. Hey, we're going to stay multi-platform, but if you need some help getting Last of Us together so you can have a good service-based system set up, look, we've been doing this for a while. I think we have an understanding. We have constantly people coming out of in and out of our community. These many people stay invested within our community. This is the way that you need to go about it. We understand that you're a bit behind on it, on the service side of things, because maybe you didn't take it as serious at one point. Maybe you were just a little bit behind the ball, which we know Sony has always been. We saw Sony add the network adapters to the PlayStation 2 because of how things were going with online gaming, right? That the OG Xbox had it, and then seemingly, I can't recall if the network adapter came out before the Xbox did. I think it came out after. But seemingly you see those adjustments get made. But back to Yoshida saying that the company's planned acquisition for Bungie is partly motivated by a desire for PlayStation to become more multi-platform. So in this article, it goes on to say, while Sony Interactive Entertainment has traditionally focused on developing games for PlayStation consoles, in recent years has also begun investing heavily into PC and mobile gaming. Now, that is also another big conversation because bringing games to PC does not devalue your console. And I need people to stop thinking that, because it doesn't. You're not going to force people to become PC gamers. And honestly, even if they do, you're the only person benefiting from it. Because if they don't have to buy your hardware, but they buy more of your software, who's really profiting at the end of the day? Yes, if you're still worried about your hardware, then I can understand why. Oh, we still got to sell these consoles. If we don't sell these consoles, then we're not going to meet profit margin. I can understand why you're a little more hesitant than maybe your competition may be, because you don't have that same sachet or full rate to jump into to say, we can take a little bit of a hit up front. Last year, SIE CEO Jim Ryan confirmed PlayStation would bring a whole slate of games to PC, and the company hired Apple Arcade's former content boss to lead a new business unit established to adapt its most popular franchise for mobile. Sony announced in January that it intends to purchase Halo and Destiny creator Bungie, which they did. Bungie is also going to be an independent subsidiary, and then they go on to say, we believe will be a catalyst to enhance our live game service capabilities. It goes also on to say, our acquisition of Bungie also represents a major step forward in becoming more multi-platform. So, Pong, I've been talking for a minute on this and everything. We're seeing the kind of deals that are happening with Xbox seemingly boasting up their thing, and the server side of things has never been particularly Xbox weak point, right? So we know that Xbox has always been kind of working on that in the back end, where Sony has been seemingly behind the ball on this, right? We're seeing them get more serious. We also see that they've seemingly got Ubisoft Plus classics coming into their service. So they're trying to do things that are going to entice someone who maybe isn't as invested in the PlayStation ecosystem to be invested. So for an example, I'm gonna try to tie these two articles together for you, and then you can kind of speak on them because they kind of go hand in hand with each other. So if PlayStation is planning on going more multi-platform, and you're adding more multi-platform games into your service, to me, that kind of shows me the direction that or the vision that you're kind of trying to lay out to your consumer, right? So part of this Ubisoft Classic thing that they have going on, and classics can be its own definition because these games aren't classic, but so you have games like Assassin's Creed Valhalla, For Honor, The Crew 2, Far Cry starting from 3 going to 4. And there's some other games, Watch Dogs, Valiant Hearts, things like that. The Division, OG Division. I don't even see the Division 2 in here. That's kind of crazy. Like, you would think that you would see that. Like, you gave me Valhalla, but you didn't give me the Division 2.
It's not a full list. They said they're going to have 50 by the end of the year.
Okay, so they're going to have 50 by the end of the year. Either way, these list of games are tied into the PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium, and supposedly supposed to be their day one.
Yeah.
Again, I know the conversation has gone to, what does this do for me? I've played these games. Okay, but we got to stop having that. You guys got to stop saying that, because that's a very one-sided conversation. If you only care about your opinion, cool, I feel you. But that's not the perspective to have on this, to me, honestly. To me, it's, does this offer something to people who aren't invested? It's not speaking to me. Because, yeah, I could go through this list and be like, yeah, I don't see anything in here that I'd want to play. So, no, it's not for me. Sure, I could definitely say that. But it's not for me. It's to entice those people who only play your Call of Duties, Maddens, maybe play a game or two here and there. That's what this is for. That's kind of the purpose of Game Pass, right? Yeah, of course, you're going to get your enthusiasts and people that are into it, but the real reason is to touch those people who maybe aren't as invested. And they can see that, oh, I could try out multiple games and it's only for this. And it's kind of that, it's the subscription model that we see with TV and movies. But again, like I always say here, gaming has a different commitment to it, which is why I think personally that the subscription model for gaming is a little bit more, makes a little bit more sense than it does for movies and such, just because of the time commitment. Because once you put your commitment into something in gaming, you're not going to want to unsubscribe, especially if you haven't bought that game. And mind you, Game Pass services like this still give you access to purchase the game, whereas other services don't. Right? We're not complaining about why doesn't Spotify show me where to buy my music at? No, you're just playing the music. That's all you care about. You're not asking YouTube, where can I buy this music video at? No, you're just watching the music video like you used to do on MTV. Like, that's just what you're doing. It's kind of how I'm looking at games. So Pong, with these, because this Ubisoft Plus Classic thing was kind of a wrench that was thrown in like last moment, right? Where seemingly they got this is supposed to be releasing next month, PlayStation Plus, the whole new ordeal that they have going on with the new tiers and everything, with extra, premium, and then the light tier that they have, forget the name of it. But seemingly, because we know that Ubisoft Plus is supposed to be coming to Xbox, hopefully it's not classics. Hopefully it's more along the line of what Ubisoft Plus is on PC, right? Where you get those games that come out on Ubisoft day and date. Look, I may be shooting for the stars here, but you get those games that come out day and date. Maybe you pay $5 extra for, whatever the case might be, to have it added onto your Game Pass subscription, and you get all the content that comes with that game. I think that'd be really dope for people like me, especially the game's been out for a year. For an example, Ghost Recon Breakpoint. I never bought the game. I got it through Ubisoft Plus on PC. I had all the content for the game because of that. And I thought that was really dope. But Pong, with this whole thing with where Sony is welcoming, trying to be multi-platform, more multi-platform. Now, I'm not talking about, these games are going to show up on the Xbox one day. No, that's not going to happen. And that's not part of the conversation. Like, we know that. There's still competition at the end of the day. But it does at least say to me that we can expect some things to show up on PC a lot sooner than the 6 months to a year that people were kind of anticipating. At least that's what it's telling me as they're kind of doubling down on this, because more and more articles that come out. And again, this article came out May 18th, and then this other one for Ubisoft Plus came out May 16th. So both this week, when we're seemingly getting more articles that are kind of doubling down on this thought process. What do you think about this entire thing, man? Like, is Sony doubling down on multi-platform? Are they seeing the ways of Microsoft? Or are they kind of opening themselves up a bit, seeing that old strategy is not necessarily working for them? So bringing in somebody like a Bungie to help them understand the industry, understand how live service games work. Again, they got 10 live service games that we know that they want to put out.
Factions.
And again, like I talked with you a little bit in the background, Factions is supposed to be one of those apparently now. So what does this tell you, man? Like, is Sony working towards being more multi-platform? Is Sony trying to reach in that pocket and trying to see what value that they can bring their consumer? Because I always feel like that's been kind of a weak point for Sony individually, is that they like they know how to market games, but maybe they don't know how to keep the consumer. What do you think about this whole thing, man? What vision are you seeing here? What is this telling you?
Well, I mean, to go back to the original question, does Sony define gaming? Look, uh, they feed off of each other, right? Xbox for sure has led the way and is leading the way currently in this gen, but they've led the way in tech before, they've led the way in services before, in their own way. Sony also has that as well. Sony, of course, brought CDs to gaming, right? When their deal with Nintendo broke down, they didn't just give up. They said, "Screw you guys, we're gonna go make our own system." Came out with the PlayStation, which changed gaming forever because it introduced the CD. I mean, we had Sega CD, don't get me
Right,
wrong, but obviously DVD and all that kind of stuff. Sony brought to the forefront with the
right,
PlayStation
yeah,
and showed that it could be done and brought 3D
yeah,
gaming and all that kind of stuff, which
inventive, yeah,
PCs
it
were
is.
doing, but they led the way, and they've done a lot of things in their own right to define gaming as well. They became masters at the third person over the shoulder action adventure movie like narrative driven game, which sure had been done in the past, but Sony certainly and their studios developed a formula
Right,
that has redefined what that experience means to many, many gamers, not to
right,
everybody. It's not 100%. Again, their games, they got 120 million consoles out there. They don't sell 120 million games, so not
no,
everybody goes there. But all of that leads us to say that of course Sony has a part in defining gaming because they are the mindshare leaders. They are the market leaders still to this day. So they do define. Nintendo defines gaming in a certain way. Xbox defines gaming. But
yeah,
what's happening here, Steel? What's happening is there's a changing of the guard in certain areas. Xbox now with Microsoft behind them, 100%. And because of the bank that's behind that, because of the shift in mindset that Phil and his team have created within Microsoft. Microsoft is now, in a lot of ways, shaping and defining gaming going forward, not
yeah,
per se in individual games or styles, but in services, right? Which is their main function. They are a service, software, and service company. So, of course, they're going to do this because they have decided to change the playing field. Sony is now following, and it will help Microsoft and Xbox when Sony does get on board with this. The more that they get on board with this, what seemingly might be the future of gaming with subscription services, it helps Xbox in their push. Because when you get the market leader to start following you, when you get the mindshare leader to start following you, that just means more gamers are going to get on board. There will always be the hardcore. There will always be the fanatics that never want to give up physical, that never
right,
want to see the value in subscription services. But we saw a bunch of them steal when their subscription service came out this week with details. Say, oh my God, this is the greatest thing ever. Oh my God, there's so much value. This is better than Game Pass. When just months ago they were destroying Game Pass, saying that it's bad for the industry and yada, yada,
yeah,
yada. Okay. So again, Sony from that aspect still does kind of define things because they bring their whole fan base, which is extremely large and extremely fanatical, along
yes,
for the ride. And when they start saying, oh no, we're good with this, their fans start saying, oh yeah, no, we're good with this. And that kind of spreads out along with Xbox's own message of what they've been promoting to their fans and what they've been trying to get out to 2 billion, 3 billion people. All of that leads to innovation, leads to this change that we are currently seeing in the industry to a more subscription based service model. Also, accessibility opens up that you always talk about, Steel, that we do touch on all the
right,
time here with xCloud. The adoption rates start going up the more people that are on board with this. So having Sony come out and make these statements, whether they're, you know, whether their base fans want to hear it or not, they are saying it out loud with what they are doing and where they are going. So when they come out and say that they are going more multi-plat, that this opens up a more multi-platform centric style of publishing. Look, I'm not, shout out to Iron Lords, shout out to King David. I'm not on the train yet that says that Sony is going to be a publisher only next gen. I'm not on that train yet, right? At all. I think we've got at least one more generation of everybody being here. But what I will say is there is a point in the future, and we talked about it here still. There's a point in the future, whether it's 10, 15, 20 years down the road, when everybody is essentially going to be a third party publisher. Because I do see the future, and I've talked about this, whether I'm right or wrong, looking into the crystal ball, I see the future where somebody like an Xbox, a Microsoft with their Azure servers has a gigantic kingdom where all of our content is in one spot for us to enjoy. Now, there's going to be smaller little, you know, kingdoms within that one big realm of like Sony, but they're just going to publish. And that content is going to be available everywhere. Xbox is going to have their own individual kingdom in there that they publish. And maybe even Nintendo eventually gets on board and publishes within this bigger realm in which we can all just access that content in one spot. And that's going to include TVs, movies, audiobooks, you name it, whatever you can buy digitally. As far as entertainment goes, I see it all being underneath one roof. And I think that that's the future. So at the end of the day, everybody's going to be a publisher. But I think Sony right now, with all of these moves that we constantly go over, is shifting their business structure and they're changing their business model just in a much slower fashion than somebody like a Microsoft and Xbox can, because they are so grounded in the old model. And their board of directors, the Sony board, is so dead set on maintaining what they have because it's worked. It's been successful. Let's face it, decades of success at this point using that model, that they are resistant to this change. But it is noticed in everybody that is a business person or has paid attention to this industry, knows where it's kind of going at this point. Xbox is showing everybody the path, and they expect everybody kind of fall in line after they break the ground. And I think that that's what's happening over Sony right now, is that a lot of the board is starting to realize, hey, we're going to have to start shifting focus. We're going to have to start preparing for this future. We need to start getting new streams of income coming in. We can't rely just on the console business alone anymore, because as Jim Ryan has come out and said openly, they understand the console market is capped, and that is fine if you're Nintendo, right? Because Nintendo makes money off of their hardware, their software, their services. They make a profit off everything. So they're cool in that little pond that they've built, which is a considerable pond, but they're cool being in there and making money off of everything because they're not going for the latest tech, right? They're not trying to break new ground and be the cutting edge consoles that Sony and Xbox are trying to be. So for Sony and Xbox, though, that lose money on their hardware for much of a generation, they need to break ground. They need to find new avenues. And that's what Xbox started doing. That's when Phil came out and said, hey, 2 billion, 3 billion gamers. We're not just going to focus on the console market anymore. We want the mobile market. We want the PC market. And we want to bring more and more people into our ecosystem, no matter how they play their games. Hence why they put all this investment. They invested more money into the gaming division than any one of their other divisions. And they've done it more so than any other company out there currently has. And that's why they are the groundbreakers. That's why they're leaders in this field right now of services. And Sony is saying, hey, we see what you guys are doing. We want to get to that golden land too, but we're not so sure how we're going to do that because we can't flip a switch like you guys. So what we're going to do is we're going to start transitioning piece by piece. Hence why we now have some of their first party titles showing up on PC. Like Steel said, I expect that to no longer be the time frame that they currently have, 6, 12, 18 months down the road. I think it's going to get shorter and shorter, and I think we'll see certain games go day and date, possibly starting with God of War Ragnarok,
going day and date onto PC out the gate. Now, with their own subscription service, they're just taking baby steps. The subscription service actually is a little bit. I always said it from the get go that this was going to be a wait and see for me. I knew they weren't going to come out and try to compete with Game Pass, but they are taking some baby steps towards that. And I think that their third party lineup that they have with Ubisoft showing up as well, whether or not we think that that's a big deal, look, they're making those moves, those partnerships that they need to start bringing third party titles in. And actually, their first party title list, I was pretty impressed with. I'm not going to lie. I didn't think that Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut would be available out the gate. I didn't think Returnal was necessarily going to be available out the gate. I thought maybe Gran Turismo might slip in there because it's set up for that type of service, but I didn't necessarily think they were going to include those types of games in there, and they did. So I think that they are looking at what is happening over at Microsoft and Xbox and saying, look, we can't compete on a one-for-one level, but what we can do is we can create value for our fans. And what we're going to try to do first, what we're going to focus on first, is converting our fan base over to the subscription model up front. And then we'll focus bigger and more kind of grander scale ideas on grabbing maybe some people who are outside of the Sony ecosystem and bringing them in as we start introducing more first party titles at a shorter release window. So we release a game and maybe, 6 months out, that game drops into our service. They'll start enticing more and more people that way down the road. But right now, they're going to be focused on actually converting their current fan base, whether they're in PlayStation Plus or PS Now or both. They want to convert those people over to the subscription service. Then what they have to do is figure out how to retain those people. Because again, right now, as Steele was talking about, their games, their first party titles aren't set up to retain people in a subscription service, right? Because they don't have the monetization that Xbox games have been adding, over the past couple of years for sure, and setting up more as a games as a service style game. They don't have those games built in. That's why they're investing in 10 games as a service. So their first party titles as one and dones don't necessarily lend themselves to keeping people in a subscription service. People will subscribe, they'll play what they want to play, and then if there's nothing new or nothing else there to keep them there, they're going to back out of that subscription service. People have now gotten into the mode with Netflix, with Hulu, with Spotify, with all these subscriptions now out there. People are looking at their monthly bills. We got inflation going on. Gas prices are getting ridiculous. People are looking at those subscription service harder than ever and saying, do I really need this? That's going to be Sony's biggest challenge going forward, is making sure that they keep new content coming in that's going to make sure that people stay subscribed, not for 1 month, not for 3 months, but for 12 months out of the year. Because that money, that consistent money that's coming in, right, on a monthly basis is what you're shooting for from the subscription. That's where the real value is built in. You keep people subscribed, that money that's flowing in can in the future start to pay for those first party titles. Even though Jim right now and everybody else at Sony who's come out and said, hey, the subscription model doesn't work for us right now. I don't think they're lying. The way their games are set up right now, I don't think they're lying. But I think internally, they're in the process of making sure that they can get out more games on a faster basis. And those games are going to have more DLC. They're going to have more monetization than maybe we've seen in the past to make sure that down the road, those fit that subscription model.
Right.
And I think that that goes into what they are currently talking about when they come out and make these statements. Look, not everything's in place for Sony yet, but they're working towards it. And when they do get to that point, when Jim can go to that Sony board and say, look, out of those 10 games as a service that we had, that we financed, that we helped publish, look, 3 of them are hitting out of the park, right? 3 of them. We got 3 of them as home runs. We got all these streams of money now coming in from these games as a service. Our next Last of Us is now set up. We're going to have DLC. We're going to have monetization in there. It's all set up. When we release that, we're confident that we're going to keep people in and engaged in that game, and we're going to be seeing that money come on in. That's when they finally flip the switch and say, okay, we're ready to start really committing to the subscription service model. And then Jim can go, and by the way, remember all those PC games we put out? Remember how we took God of War Ragnarok and we either did it day and date or we got it to PC within the first 3 months? Man, look at how much money we made off those sales over on PC. That board will then start saying, yeah, now we're liking this bottom line. This bottom line is looking even healthier than our old business model did. Let's commit. Let's get on this. Let's do this the right way. You know what? Xbox showed us we've gotten our own system down. It may not still be Xbox because we don't have as many studios as Microsoft does, but we've gotten to a point where we can say that a lot of our first party titles are going to go day and date. Not all of them, but a lot of them are going to go day and date. And I think that's when you see that light, that switch flip and the light bulb go on. And I think that at the end of the day, I think it's going to be sooner rather than later. I think, though, it's going to take a couple years once they get their games as a service all out there. That's when I think we'll see this really start ramping up. I know some people think it's going to happen faster. It may. If Jim can convince the board that this is the right move, if they have some success early and often, then I think they could switch faster. But right now, this is a good start. And when they're talking, hey, we're moving towards more multi-platform, they're going to hit that mobile market like Steel was talking about. They brought somebody in to do that as well. Again, these revenues, these streams of revenue is what's going to eventually convince the board to make this move permanent. And I think that that's where they're headed right now, Steel.
Yeah.
So these are just the first steps.
Yeah, man, I would definitely have to agree with that. I mean, now it does also opens up the conversation a little bit more, though, because there was also a graphic that kind of came out that went over Sony's marketing deals for the year, right? And I know the conversation was kind of going in, and I want to tie this in just because I feel like it fits.
Let me say this real quick too. Let me say this because I did forget one part.
Yeah, go ahead.
With the Ubisoft Plus deal, okay. I know a lot of people think that was Sony, getting ahead of Xbox. Look, the announcement for Ubisoft Plus for Xbox was in January, right? And then they said we will find out more. Xbox, I think personally, Xbox made the decision to hold that for their showcase. So I think that Sony I don't think they necessarily planned it out that way, but Sony had to talk about their service. Their service is coming next month. We already know what Game Pass gives us. We already know the pipeline. We know the roadmaps that are out there.
Right.
We know we can expect 10 to 20 games per month dropping into Game Pass, right? Whether big or small. We kind of know how Microsoft and Xbox are working. Now, we haven't seen the first party titles, which is a whole separate conversation and problem that we've discussed, especially with Starfield and Redfall being delayed. But for Sony, nobody has any idea how they're going to do this. Again, there's a lot of questions still. So they had to get information out there, and it's launching in June. So they kind of had to tell people, hey, this is what you can expect. They had to give their customers a baseline of what to expect that they were going to be paying, up to $18 a month for. So I think that was why this announcement was made. Now, interestingly enough, Rand yesterday, shout out to Rand and Jez on Xbox 2, as we always do, two of the best in the business. Rand seems to think that this Ubisoft Classic lineup being announced for Sony's subscription service, he seemed to think that would mean that Sony is doing an exclusive deal with Ubisoft to get that vault. Now, there's not too many times I disagree with Rand, but I think Ubisoft holds all the cards here. Ubisoft was on Stadia, right? A long time ago.
Yeah.
I think Ubisoft holds all the cards. I don't think Ubisoft signs an exclusive deal. I think actually what this does is we talked about this originally, Steel, is that when they came out and announced that Ubisoft Plus was coming to Xbox, and then they came out and said, because it started going around, it's coming to Game Pass, and they came out and said, no, it's just coming, it's going to be available on Xbox. Don't think it's coming to Game Pass. But then in the background, we said, well, why didn't they talk about the specifics? And you and I had this discussion here. We had discussion on other shows, was that I was always under the feeling that Ubisoft was working out a new tiered structure for Ubisoft Plus, and that they were going to create a vault of games like EA
Yeah.
did, so that they could offer a portion of their subscription into a service like Game Pass at no additional cost, and then they would have the add-on tiers later, right? I thought from a business model, Ubisoft was working in the background. So I understand Rand's point because Sony likes to do those exclusive deals,
They're
and
not.
we could
That's not going to
this
happen.
yeah, this could be. I'm not saying 100. Again, don't deal in absolutes, right? Sony's got a knack for doing this, but I think from Ubisoft standpoint, they don't want to cut certain groups of people out of the subscription service. I think this confirms our original feelings on it, that Ubisoft was going to have some type of vault that they can offer for no additional cost into these services. So I think this actually confirms that we can expect, when Game Pass makes this announcement with Ubisoft at the showcase, I'm assuming that we will also hear about the vault of classic games coming in to Game Pass as well, on top of an additional, whether it's $5, $10 extra for Ubisoft Plus with all the DLC and day one games, however they work that. I think this actually confirms that. But I do understand Rand's point. I think that we are entering what's going to get very interesting, Steel, is that we are going to, now that Sony has entered this space finally and is officially launching, we are going to have some subscription wars
Oh,
out
yeah, of
there,
course.
as far as what game is coming, what third party game, what indie game is coming into which service, and for how long before it can go into the other service, much like timed exclusivity. We are going to see some of that back and forth. And this is going to keep Xbox on their toes, because now they aren't the only player in town. They're going to have to go out there and sell people on why they should put their game into Game Pass versus Sony's, subscription service. And there's going to be some back and forth there, because obviously Sony can one up Xbox and offer more money. And then, all that kind of stuff is going to, so that part is going to get interesting for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely could. I mean, but that's why I would have to agree with the whole exclusive conversation also. It's just because there are companies like Ubisoft who just have too much going on to where it makes more sense for them to stay multi-platform. Sony wouldn't be able to pay them enough money for what they would lose for being exclusive to one platform. Again, they'd want to stay on Stadia. They'd want to stay on whatever other services that they're currently tied into. So why give that up? The bag isn't big enough for that.
Creating a vault just for Sony.
Yeah, I don't.
Doesn't make sense. Again, we'll find out, but
yeah, we'll find out. I feel like this classic version could be something that's also part of Game Pass. This could be that potentially. Again, there's nothing wrong with Ubisoft being on both sides of it, where you're getting benefits from either. But it is a little bit, it does open the question a little bit more. I saw somebody, who was that? I think it was Jesse B that said it. No, Jesse Darby, perfect. Where he said, didn't they say Xbox is actually getting a premium version of Ubisoft Plus? I don't recall them saying that, but that is the kind of the rumor that's being had, to where if Game Pass is able to get a version of Ubisoft, again, Ubisoft Plus by itself is already $14.99. So it's hard for me to kind of see that, they're just gonna put all that and make it part of Game Pass. I can see it as being an add-on, like an additional $4.99. If you have Game Pass, it's $4.99. Without Game Pass, I think it will just be something that is available on Xbox. Here's Ubisoft Plus, and then boom. As long as you're Xbox, whatever, then you have access. I think that definitely may be an option.
Yeah.
And there are some certain companies that don't need to go the route of, let's make things exclusive. And there are other companies where it makes sense. Like again, when you compare Ubisoft to like Square Enix has always done deals with PlayStation. So it makes sense that deal, or that those games would end up at some point being exclusive to the Sony ecosystem. Ubisoft games have never had like a true home. They've been on PC, they've been on this console, they've been over here, they've been tied in over here.
Correct.
They're in cloud. They want people to have access.
But to be fair too, right, Steel, Xbox is already confirmed that we are getting the expansion for Honor. Now, Sony didn't have anything in there about that expansion.
That is true.
Right? We're getting that
True.
expansion on Xbox for sure. We already know that's been announced.
Yeah.
So, like I said,
Those little things.
maybe Ubisoft, again, the whole vault of classic games, I just don't see Ubisoft keeping those exclusive to one Game Pass. But again, within Ubisoft Plus, there could be some deals like that swung back and forth, like one game is here but not over here, like Valhalla. Maybe we don't get Valhalla.
Avatar,
right?
Avatar is the one that's
Avatar,
right
which
now.
is and we'll talk about that too when we get into that part. But let's stick here for just a minute, Steel, while we're on this, because now we're talking kind of about the PlayStation Premium thing. Let's talk about this because this was kind of part of the conversation here as well. What Sony's going to do, and I want to get your thoughts on this, Steel. What Sony's going to do to retain customers in this service, because it's one thing to get them to sign up, but it's another thing to keep them in for 12 months. People are more conscious now than they were, say, 5 years ago of subscription services, because now people have 10, 15, 20 subscription services, and they do monitor those on a monthly basis. Right. So retaining, what's interesting is and Mav and I brought this up on PM, and the PM is how they're going to retain people. Right now, they've given us an initial list, and there's more to come. They said there's more to come. But what it appears to me, and I want to get your opinion, Steel, if you think this is what's happening. Look, the PS1, the classic PS games, PlayStation games are very light in this initial. There's no Vita games. They've got a PSP game or two. Right. No Vita game.
Lacking.
Listen, I think personally that they're pulling a page out of Nintendo, and what they're going to do until they get their flow of newer first party titles and figure out how they want to work that. Until they get their flow of third party deals, they're going to hold back their classic games,
kind of drop in,
brother, and give them monthly, right? Give a new block of monthly classic game. I'm not saying it's a bad strategy. Again, Nintendo does this on their own. Nintendo does this again with their vault. But that's what it appears to me. I don't think we're going to get the full boat up front from Sony. I think this is going to be piecemealed out from month to month to try to keep people involved. They're going to have like a slate of classic games. It's probably going to have one or two of those big titles everybody expects, and then a couple of smaller ones in there. But what do you think, Steel? You think they're actually doing this?
I mean, that would be a smart strategy, because you can easily make the games with gold. When you look at your competitor, you can make games with gold look completely irrelevant, right? That's something that I feel like Xbox is missing out on. Dig into your older IP and make it more enticing for those back compact games. But it also kind of runs into the conversation of, what is the point of that if you're not going to up-res them or give them a frame boost of any sort?
But they are adding trophies to some, Steel.
They are adding trophies to some.
Deal.
And it is a deal. It is a big deal for a lot of different people. Again, a lot of people. We do live in a society now to where people want some kind of trophy for their accomplishment, right? You want something to signify that you did this thing. I just don't. And again, it's going to be, I'm going to come selfishly, and then I'm going to kind of come back around on the other side. Personally, that wouldn't do anything for me, right? Because what does interest me is playing games that do have a new coat of paint on them, right? Where they feel different.
There's going to be some that have new coat.
Exactly. There's going to be some. So I would personally want them to be more, not streamlined, but have them a little bit more work or something in place to give me that. Because then that would be enticing. Now I'm going to open it up. Now, to the mass audience, that could be appealing because you constantly have something to remind you of, kind of like how we do this day in gaming, right? Where we go through a list, you hear about all the games that came out on today, May 21st, right? Of every year, we go back 30 years. Sony could do seemingly the same thing with their own catalog and say, hey, this month, we're releasing these games. You remember these games? Man, yeah. But hey, we'll try them out again. They're part of the subscription. Boom, download them, whatever you need to do. Now, that is going to be one of the key components that is going to be something to look at, because streaming games is cool and all, but I'm just not the main proponent for it, right? I've had some more recent experiences to where internet isn't I know people like to make it seem like, oh, I got everybody got fast internet. No, they do not. I am not in like a super, I'm not in a major city or anything like that, but I'm also not in the country. The other day, I just was hooking this lady's internet up, and she only has 25 megs of internet, megabytes. That's the most that they offered her in the area. That was dumbfounding to me. I had to call them on the phone and say, "This is all y'all got out here?" They were like, "Yeah, we're working on things, upgraded things." That is still a known fact. So I love it when people try to make it seem like, oh, just get some internet, it'll work. I love it when people try to make it seem like data caps don't exist, because it doesn't exist for you. Ladies and gentlemen, streaming games takes a lot of data. We are not currently in an ecosystem to where doing these things is just the most eco-friendly thing to do. It's not.
No, and that was the problem with PS Now. Right? Still was that Sony has not been known to have the best streaming to begin with. Now, have they moved everything over to Azure? Is that deal finally?
Probably not. They're working on it.
But and again, for them to come out and say, well, a lot of these classic games are still going to be streamed. Well, that was a big problem why you couldn't convert people to PS Now, is because nobody really wanted to do that. And the experience now, again, with a rebrand, you have the chance to, kind of take whatever people felt about things in the past and prove them wrong and say, no, things have gotten better. You're going to get that second chance with this rebrand, but you better come out the gates firing, because people are starting to play these PS3 games streaming, and it's that old PS Now quality that so many people had problems with. Even people with good internet had problems with it. Bro, that's not going to work. Then you're going to that word of mouth is going to start to spread and be like, yeah, they really haven't fixed their streaming stuff. So, the PS3 games are great to say they're there, but they're not the best experience. It's not going to be really great.
Like, having old games is cool and all, but the reason that people were clamoring for old games this time around, because it's coming more familiar to how it is on PC, to where when I upgrade my hardware, I just get a better looking game. Whereas in the console space, that does not happen. You move forward with your hardware and you're still playing, like Banjo, for an example. My daughter was playing Banjo Tooie Nuts and Bolts, whatever it was called. And the game was still lagging. I mean, not lagging, but the frames were dropping. I'm like, it's on a Series X. Why are the frames dropping? That doesn't make sense to me. That should not be happening. You get better hardware, games should be running better, technically. It is a lot more complicated than that, especially in the console space, because things were specifically made one way. And you had something it was made differently when it was on PC versus like being made on console. So that was there before. But the other thing too, like where it's kind of an issue for me, for Sony, it's like you have people who are modding, and this can go on both sides, but you have modders that are out here working on, for example, your PlayStation 3 games, and you blatantly come out and tell people, oh, it's hard for us to get those games to work. Yeah. You have people actively working on it. Why don't you fold them in? Pay them a salary. And boom, before you know it, you have more games on PC than ever existed before. Like, I don't know. That's just what's going on, Pong.
This can't be real.
What's going on?
I have not confirmed this, so please.
Whoa, what happened?
Just going off the cuff. Somebody tagged us, Steel. Jacob Nobick.
Okay, I did see that.
Jacob, if you're still in the chat, this is hilarious. If this is real, tell us in the chat if you've actually gone and looked at the tweet. Okay, if you've actually gone and looked at the tweet. Underneath a call, again, it's cut off, so I can't see it. I don't. So, but anyways, I'm assuming it was underneath a Call of Duty tweet. I'm assuming so. Xbox official account put the surprise eyes, the eye emojis, right? Call of Duty underneath Xbox's eye emojis put 2 green hearts, the Call of Duty official post, and then PlayStation's official account came in and put a mad face, like an angry emoji. Look, if that's
grain of salt types, but again, real quick, because since you brought this up, because it is an interesting conversation. Again, this also ties into it. What can PlayStation do to keep people invested in their ecosystem? That was the other question that you have for me.
Jacob Novik says yes, he did go look at the official. It is official post.
Okay, so Jacob Novik is saying it's official. I haven't seen it for myself, so I'm not gonna say, oh yeah, it's 100% official. But some of the things that I've been kind of hinting at here really quickly. Let me show you. Let me show you guys this if I can.
Yeah.
Let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna get this here. I'm gonna pull it up here. Because I do want to get this pulled up for you guys, because I like to show you guys what we're talking about. So this is the post that's currently in question. But again, if you want to see the name, boom. But things like this happen all the time. You know, you got your marketing managers out there that are constantly in conversation. They know what's going on. They're going to throw shade certain ways, whatever the case may be. But I've been on the front lines of clamoring at the fact that I don't think that Sony has a deal with Call of Duty anymore. I think Modern Warfare was their last deal. I don't even think that this is something that, Xbox is, they're cutting ties. And no, I just think that this, again, if PlayStation could have anticipated Microsoft buying Activision, maybe I could see why they would extend the deal out longer. Activision was already like working in a bad place. So having that deal with Sony previously was kind of just went hand in hand with each other, right? Sony was really the one to benefit. In this case, with Activision making a kind of a resurgence, Activision Blizzard making a resurgence, seemingly going to be under better management, and being folded under Xbox, it does open the question up. Will Modern Warfare 2 come into Game Pass day and date? I have been a main proponent of saying I believe that it can happen. That from this point, that the marketing is going to be on Xbox's side of things for Call of Duty from this point moving forward, because that deal is done. And if that is, again, I know some of the conversations about Starfield getting delayed and everything, but the more I think about it and how nonchalant that they were, these companies are not stupid. As much as they like to make you think they are, or that they're not in tune, or they don't know how to run their company, again, you don't become a $2 trillion company by just sitting on your hands. You don't spend $70 billion, the biggest deal that you've made in your company, on gaming, and just sit on your hands. They delayed Starfield. Todd could have came out 5 days before they decided to delay and let Phil know that Starfield's going to be delayed, and Phil could have looked back at Todd and said, okay, Call of Duty's coming out this year, and we got it coming directly into Game Pass. You need to take some additional time. It's coming around that same time. Take your time. It is what it is. We got plenty of other things that we can slide in here. If we want to run along with those rumors that when me and Rand were on PM to PM with you and Mav, that every Xbox studio has turned something in. Again, I would have to assume Activision is going to be part of this. Yeah, you're cutting a deal with yourself at this point. And you're more than welcome to do that, right? You pay yourself to play. If there's any truth to this, again, big, huge trucks of salt, grains of salt that need to be taken here. If there's any truth to this, God of War can release this year. And I know a lot of people are clamoring for it and they want it to be good and everything else.
It will.
And it will be. I have no doubt about that.
Yeah.
The people that are interested and love it, I have a feeling like you're going to get what you want. From what I've seen here recently, you're going to get what you want. But it's not COD. And it's not Modern Warfare 2. One of the biggest proponents of why first-person shooters are looked at the way they are right now. Other than Halo, Modern Warfare, especially 1 and 2, redefine what the first-person shooter genre really is. The potentials of it, I should say, at least. This could move mounds, man. And again, you see these little bits of shade here. There could be something happening. We might find out at the June showcase. But with moves like this happening, what Sony has to do to tie it back into the conversation to keep their players enticed and invested in their ecosystem is go this route of live service games. The 10 live service games that you're trying to get set up, those are going to be the ones, and probably like you said, Pong, only 3 of them are probably going to end up hitting. Again, if we stay true to Sony's mantra, 8 of them need to hit, right? Because, hey, Sony does quality. So 8 of those games out of the 10, because I think Sony, I personally would probably give Sony maybe 7 out of 10 chance. Said more so a 70 there. For them, 7 out of 10 games need to be some form of a hit. That give your people a reason to stay invested. You drop a SOCOM, people are gonna stay invested. You drop Destiny exclusive content, people are gonna stay invested. What else? You get this cadence of getting older games in, and you do it in a way where you really take advantage of your marketing strategy to sell people hope and give them those feelings of reminiscing and the feel goods that really touch their heart. You're gonna keep people invested. But the problem that you're gonna run into is your infrastructure, because at this point, you cannot afford to have another breach and try to move in this direction, which I think is another part of this whole conversation, because Sony, whether you guys want to realize it or not, and I'm pretty sure they've worked on it since, is also one of the main game companies that's had major hacks happen to them. Major. I'm talking about millions of people with loss of information, millions of people with their information stolen, and with their servers going down for an extended amount of time. What was it, like 30 days at that point? A little, if not a little bit longer at that it was? You're muted, Pong.
Sorry. Yeah, no, it was a month. It was those years ago when that happened.
Yeah, when that
it was a
happened.
month. Yeah.
And that is something that you're going to want to consider. Unfortunately, with you having more of a reach and PlayStation being a big name, that is something that you got to fight. So you moving this direction where Xbox has kind of always had this, they come from PCs. So understanding how different infrastructures and the people trying to get into your servers and your systems and everything may be something that Microsoft has a little bit more of an understanding of, or takes a little bit more serious, potentially, quote unquote, than Sony does. So maybe that's part of the conversation too on why they can't just jump into it, because there's so many more things that are involved in this process than what we may see at the surface level. But giving people a reason to stay invested, kind of like what GamePass does. Again, if you're not going to do day-and-date games, GamePass just doing that is enough of a reason.
Yeah, but we gotta have the games.
But for sure, you definitely gotta have the games coming in. 100%. You gotta have the games coming in. But that's what makes Game Pass also unique, or services like that unique, because if you do cut smart, I'm talking smart, not just talking about any or whatever, but if you cut smart, second and third party deals, ladies and gentlemen, like, at least to me, first party isn't as relevant as it used to be, unfortunately. And I feel like that's also an interesting conversation to have, because yes, first party does define your console, but it doesn't make your console. Like, if that makes any sense to anybody, at least to me, especially now in this day and age. If Xbox came out and said they have X games coming into Game Pass day and date, and those are games that I'm interested in, oh, they've already won. They've done what they needed to. If any service does that, Halo show, for an example, Paramount saying that, oh, we got the Halo show here. That got me to subscribe because I want to watch the Halo show, whether people feel good about it or not. It's a reason, right? So yes, first party does matter, and the churning games out matters, and having quality matters, but it's also about wanting to keep your people invested. If you're not going to do first party games day and date, what else can you do? Use your marketing, sell people dreams, come out with better service-based games, which they don't really have right now, which is part of the reason I want factions so bad, because that could be that first step in that direction, where factions is that 10-year plan They have millions of people playing it on a month-to-month basis. It's driving. They see the biggest drivers for the numbers than they've ever seen before because they actually understand the potential of what their multiplayer experience is. Not just sitting on the mantra of, oh, single player experience is where we thrive at. That's not the world we live in anymore. These newer kids that are growing up, they don't care about your single player experiences. Me, came up in the 90s. I have a hard time. Now that I've gotten older, yeah, well, really now that I've gotten older and because of GamePass, because of services, I have had access to games that I previously wouldn't have played. So that is changing. But that's what tells me that the bigger community, the masses, are going to also see this same thing be pitched to them, because giving somebody $250, a $250 console, $300 console, whatever the price point is for the Series S, it's still a next-gen console. Whether it's going to hold back gaming or that's something completely different, but I don't think so. Again, it's definitely better than the console, the One X or One S that you currently have, or regular one that you have. But if you can sell people that cloud gaming continues to improve, internet services continue to improve, we actually open up conversations about how our ISPs are bidding us over all the goddamn time. And you got a consistent amount of content coming out.
Yeah.
You're spelling victory to me. And at that point, it's just about, okay, does Sony's quality of games really, does it really matter? Or do people just care about games? Or what is, at that point, is going to, because it's going to get right back to the conversation that Sony always wants to have. They want to talk quality, right? Well, let it be about quality then. You invest in the Sony subscription service because they have those quality games that you're looking for, quote unquote.
It's two different conversations, Steel, depending on which model you're looking at.
Right.
So again, exclusives, like you said, and like other people agreed with you in the chat. And shout out to Splendiferous. Good to see you. Doom Reaper, Nix. I see you all jumping in here too as well. But exclusives from back in the day, they still matter. Look at Nintendo. Okay. Nintendo has built an entire ecosystem based on exclusivity. Okay. That's what they do. That's what they're known for. Their games can only be found there. And they have built their own pond out of it. Now they've got other things going their way. That's why they got out of, as we talked about in the last segment, that's why they got out of the, hey, we're going to go for the latest and greatest consoles and we're going to push technology forward. But that costs too much at the end of the day. Now they make money off of their hardware. They make money off of their software. They make money off their services. They are a money-making machine, so they can afford to do that. They're happy with where they're at. But when you're having a separate conversation about Sony and Xbox, because they swim in a different ocean, what happens is exclusives still give you an identity. And for Sony, that identity is very important. They have built an entire fanatical fan base off of that identity. And you see the 1%, the small bubble in our community, push back against any change that Sony proposes because they are so wrapped up in that identity, right? But Sony, as a business, as a corporation, PlayStation, Jim Ryan, Herman Holst, and the rest understand that now the other part of it is third-party exclusivity, or third parties drive your sales, right? And that having that third-party title like a Call of Duty be associated with your console is, at the end of the day, almost more important than the first party exclusivity, because that is what gets the main core of people, the casuals, if you want to call them that, or just the everyday gamer who is not looking for that one certain type of experience that you can get from exclusive, but wants to play what everybody else is playing, whether it's Madden, Call of Duty, etc. That's more important now. And also diversity, if you're going to enter the subscription service, is now the key to being successful. Like you said, Steel, you could still have those first party home runs that you are known for, that get people excited when God of War is announced or Wolverine's announced or the next Spider-Man's. And that's important because your main fan base is going to go crazy, and they're going to go out there and they talk to their
Right.
friends and be like, oh my God, we got a new God of War coming. We got new Wolverines coming to Sony. That word of mouth is huge, right?
Yes.
But at the end of the day, you have to have diversity. So you can have those big AAAs that cost 100 to $200 million, as Jim always likes to talk about. But
Right.
you now also do have to have some other games that may not be the highest quality, right? That may
Yeah.
not be that 100, $200 million, but they fill a role within your ecosystem that gets more people playing and staying engaged. Again, engagement being one of the key metrics that everybody's looking at now. Those are the titles that keep people involved and keep people spending money within your ecosystem. Now,
Yeah.
you can have high quality ones, you can have AA ones, you can have indie ones. But it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Whatever drives people there keeps them there. That's what the important part is. So your God of War may bring your base, but you at the end of the day have to have other things there for the other people to play as well. And that's what Xbox has got figured out.
I think that's
now.
my point. That's my
Right.
point with it, right?
Right. And I knew you were going, and I heard it in you. And I think most people now that understand or that watch the industry understand that that's now vital, right? It's not back in the day where sure you still had a lot of other titles being put out, but when
Right.
people went to invest their money because there was no subscription service, they had to pick, and they usually picked that exclusive.
Yes,
They usually
exactly.
picked that one, right?
That was
But
the
now with
reason. Yeah.
right, that was a reason. But now with multiplayer games that are third party, as big as Call of Duty or Fortnite or whatever the case you want to talk about,
Right.
that
Those matter.
transcends all of that nonsense. And now people look for that experience because at the end of the day, a lot of people hop on to get online with their friends and to party up. And that's what multiplayer has changed. That's what the internet has changed in the
Yes.
video game industry.
Yes.
So now it's more community based, it's more social based. And so now people make their buying decisions based on those types of games more so than just the single player, exclusive type titles,
Right.
or even the Halos of the world. We see what happens with Halo. Again, Halo's not dead. Halo's never going to die. Halo will always be here. But at the end of the day, is Halo as important to Xbox as it was back in the original
No.
Xbox days and
It's
Xbox
not.
360?
It's
I
not the
say
same.
no.
Not the
I'd
same.
have it's not the same level
Nope.
anymore because there's so many more experiences now, Steel. There's so much more out there that people want to touch on.
Yep.
But getting back to specifically the Call of Duty thing, Steel, that you started this conversation with.
Yeah.
If this is a reality, right? If this marketing slide is not a mistake, if they didn't withhold Call of Duty for some reason, because again, a lot of people want to say, well, Call of Duty hasn't been really announced. Well, yeah, they put the title out there officially prior to this investor meeting that Sony had. So there should not be any kind of problem there, right? So as long as nothing's held them back from putting Call of Duty up there as that slide, there's a real chance that everybody was wrong out there, all the experts were wrong, and that their deal did expire, or maybe they just let it expire. And when the Activision Blizzard deal was announced, they decided not to re-up again. If that's the case, if that is true, and Xbox has an opportunity here, and again, like you said, Steel, Activision Blizzard and Xbox have to do business as if there is no deal. They have to continue to do daily business as if there is no deal. And Activision Blizzard still has to make the best choices for their investors as if this acquisition was never going to go through.
Yep.
So, yes, as funny as it sounds, as weird as it sounds, if Microsoft believes that this deal is going through, which obviously they do, they have all the confidence in the world. If they believe, they literally would be paying themselves.
Yeah.
So if it costs $500 million to get
ROI.
Call of Duty into Game Pass day and date,
Guess what?
you do it. You absolutely 100% do it.
The return is unsurmountable at that point.
Bro, and it doesn't matter. People say, well, they're not going to do that. I saw Tim Dog out there. Shout out to Tim Dog. He said, well, they're not going to do that because they don't want the FTC side-eyeing them. Look, at this point, that type of deal is not going to cause any more spotlight coming on. That's a normal everyday deal that would be done if the opportunity was there. Even if this acquisition was going through and Sony gave up their marketing rights or just didn't renegotiate or re-up their marketing rights, and Xbox had the chance to get Call of Duty back on Xbox again, associated with Xbox, which they had at one point. People forget that Call of Duty started over on the Xbox side for marketing. They gave up those rights and then went over to Sony, and Sony never relinquished them because it means too much money.
Yeah,
it means too much.
That's
Guess
why.
what? If they have that chance, you go grab that, because that announcement, look, word is that Call of Duty Modern Warfare is going to be showing off for the first time at June 9th, presumably at the Keeleys, okay, at the Summer Games Fest. If you can turn around and 3 days later have it on your stage as Game Pass day and date, along with the open beta being early access on Xbox come August, you may not necessarily fill the entire hole that you have with Starfield and Redfall not being there, but you will do a very good job of getting it very close to being filled up. Call of Duty means that much. Sony last year, off Call of Duty alone, and again, this is third party, so this is just them taking their cut of Call of Duty.
Yep.
$534 million they made off Call of Duty last year, or 37 million, something like that. Over $500 million they made off Call of Duty last year. Bro, if you don't understand what that means and why Xbox, again, if this deal goes through, Call of Duty is naturally going to be associated with Xbox. It's already kind of started happening because a lot of people have heard about this acquisition already, right? But if you can cement that this year, whether or not this deal goes through, if they can get it done by the end of the year, fan-freaking-tastic. That would be phenomenal for them. But even if they don't, if they cut this deal and be able to announce it and say Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, one of the most hyped Call of Duties already over the past few years, just because of the name alone, bro, that would mean everything to Xbox, and you go do it, and it would be a huge W out the gates for Xbox, especially to cover up for the issues that Starfield and Redfall delay has created for you. Now, would it be for everybody? There's plenty of us out there that have said we're burnt out on Call of Duty. Look, if it's in Game Pass day and date, we're all playing. Okay, I guarantee we're all playing. It don't matter what we all say. We're going to play. And when people go to start making those decisions later this year, coming towards the holidays, and they see Call of Duty advertised with Xbox and a part of Game Pass, brother, that's more marketing than you could ever ask for right there for your services and your system.
Yeah.
And guess what? It's going to move consoles just the way that we thought Starfield would, and maybe even more, because again, that Call of Duty name gets out to the greater, wider audience really fast. And as soon as people find out, hey, I can pay $10 a month to play Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 out the gates, day date, on an Xbox Series S, that's going to cost me probably $250 at holiday time, bro. It's an instant buy. It's an instant buy for people.
Yeah,
and that's why you go do this.
No, I mean, at that point, it makes it 100% deniable. At that point, I mean, again, that's the play that's being made, and that's what's going to open up the conversation more. Because again, and I know people feel like, oh, they can't do that. Like you mentioned, Tim Dog doesn't feel like it's going to roll that way either. Tim Dog, somebody else those who aren't familiar, somebody else who's really tied in with the Xbox side of things. He has some pull as far as who's over there, big heads and everything, big wigs and whatnot, whatever you want to call them. But what this would seemingly do, right, is that the game is still multi-platform. The game's not exclusive. No, putting the game in Game Pass doesn't do anything. So it doesn't harm anybody because the game is still accessible wherever you want it at. It's just that on the Xbox side of things, you're getting that benefit of getting it through Game Pass. And at the end of the day, you as a consumer have to make a decision on whether it is beneficial to you as a gamer/consumer. Is 10 to 15 bucks a month enough for you to play Call of Duty? Or do you get in thinking that you're only in there for Call of Duty? Again, people have been paying 10 to 15 bucks for just an MMO to continuously play, to get the additional benefits and everything else. What makes you think that they wouldn't want to do that for Call of Duty?
Right.
It works, obviously. And if you get an additional incentive or a perk, oh, you get some additional COD points if you continue, if you're an Xbox Ultimate member, and if you keep it up, you get X amount of points, and if you complete your season, you get X amount of more points. You make it more enticing for that consumer. Word of mouth churns, and they're not talking to us. That's one of my things as far as what I've seen in any community is people only talk from their subjective eyesight or what they see around them or what their group is doing. That is not who these people are pitching to.
No.
20 years ago, they weren't pitching to my father or my friend's parents, right?
Right.
20 years ago, Paul might have not felt like they were pitching to him, right? Of course, Pong feels a little bit differently because he cares about gaming. But just using it as an example, they were trying to get my attention, which is why I like Sonic, Pokemon, Digimon. Those things were pulling my attention. Gears, because I got old enough to appreciate the darker grittiness of it. Or, you know, you're a teen, you're starting to realize things for kind of for what they are. You have more emotions involved. Like they were pitching those games to us. Halo's as big as it is because of my generation, right? They were space dudes was cool, and don't let him be a badass space dude. That's what Master Chief ended up being. So there's so much that rolls into that in current society. It's that Fortnite and Call of Duty model. Honestly, it's not just that; it's the accessibility of it. The fact that you can play Fortnite and Call of Duty on mobile, on whatever device.
Well, and now you can play Fortnite. I was going to say, Steel, they would have the double because now they just opened up Fortnite to everybody for free. Yep. You don't even have to be in Game Pass, right? And then you throw Call of Duty on there. Brother, all it takes, people don't understand or don't comprehend what the word of mouth factor is. When a game comes to Call of Duty, everybody wants to play with their friends. Yes. All it takes is one of those friend group to be the first one to go buy a Series S and say, I'm getting Call of Duty on Game Pass. And all of a sudden, everybody that kind of tags along and says, hey, man, where's everybody playing Call of Duty this year? And that one friend goes, guess what? I just picked up a Series S, picked up Game Pass for $10 a month. And I get Call of Duty day and date. You guys need to go out there and get it. And everybody's gonna be like, we're playing on Xbox this year. And he's gonna be like, yeah, $300 for a Series S now, $250 on sale during holiday. Go get that. We're gonna play Call of Duty over here because we get a Game Pass plus all these other games. That's all it takes. All of a sudden, you got 3-5 friends going out and doing the exact same thing and investing. That's all it takes, and that just goes, and those ripples continue to travel further and further. That's how it works. Having a third-party title as big as Call of Duty. Yes, this was a down year. Yes, Elden Ring actually outsold Call of Duty, right? But this is a down year. The hype for Modern Warfare 2, this is going to be an up year as long as they nail it. And again, they're redoing a whole lot of stuff. But if they nail Modern Warfare 2, you're talking about unbelievable effect on the ecosystem for Xbox if they could secure that for Game Pass day and date. It's unbelievable what that means to a brand to be associated. Again, not even exclusive, associated. That's why Xbox was so quick to say after the Activision Blizzard deal, we're expecting to keep it all everywhere. It doesn't matter.
For what?
It's going to be associated.
Yeah. Why? And that's what drives me up the wall about the whole exclusive conversation. It's like, yeah, exclusives matter. You brand identity, yeah, all that stuff matters. That's cool. But it's not the same conversation anymore. Why? It's exclusive to my ecosystem. Guess what my ecosystem entitles? PC, mobile, my console, TVs. Where do you have it at? And that's where the conversation kind of sways. Now, I mean, you still have to give people a good experience. I mean, Modern Warfare 2 could come out and be complete garbage, right?
Garbage.
It could. Yeah. It very well could. And then the complete opposite effect is going to happen. Oh, look at that, Microsoft. They got Activision. Now there's Call of Duty. This Call of Duty that I hold so dear to my heart. Oh, it's trash. It's not nothing compared to what it used to be. It's not the same. Oh, I don't know why they did this.
The good news is they set the bar so low for themselves with Vanguard that it's going to be easy to be better.
But they also set the bar very high with Modern Warfare.
Yes, correct.
And that's what people are looking at.
Yes, correct.
You still millions of
And-
people still playing Warzone.
And this will be the first year too where they are going to the 2-year cycle, right? So
Right.
that everybody's going to know that Modern Warfare 2 is going to be the Call of Duty you're playing for the next 2 years, which puts a different emphasis on it as well. So
Right.
Yep.
Nick's wants to, well, there's a couple of off questions here.
Yeah.
Silverback asked a question earlier that said, what was worse, the Red Ring of Death or Sony getting hacked?
Red Ring of Death.
Red Ring of Death. I'd have to agree with that.
Most people don't even remember Sony being hacked.
No. Again, yeah, if something being down for 30 days versus your hardware malfunctioning, I think that's also why Xbox looks at their console the way that they do now, because we haven't had that issue since, right? Of course, you have your little issues with HDMI ports or whatever else the case might be, but other than that, we haven't seen some. And mind you, PlayStation 3 also had a similar problem. It wasn't as
The
flagrant.
yellow?
Yeah,
Was it the
I think-
yellow?
I think it was the yellow ring, or something. It was
The
the yellow light of death or what.
The yellow light. Yeah.
It was something like that. But PlayStation 3
So-
also had a similar problem. It wasn't as rampant as the Red Ring of
No.
Death, nowhere close, but it was still like, if we want to put Red Ring of Death and we're going to put that, like, that was 100% bad. Where you had 50-50.
And Doom, you are correct. Having personal information stolen is way worse. But
Right.
again, nobody remembers for the most part
No.
that Sony was hacked.
Yeah,
Nobody remembers
yeah.
that. And also, as sad as it is to say, Doom 2, fraud nowadays in this electronic digital age is so rampant. Again, my wife and I had our bank account hacked
Right.
just last fall. We had our bank account hacked and had to go get new cards, and it was happening a lot during the pandemic. Look, it's just so rampant now that people, again, yes, to your point, you are absolutely
bad,
100%
yeah.
correct, but people forget it. People forget that Sony was down for 30 days. People forget that the hack happened. Whereas the 360 is like an icon now.
You don't-
like
you
it's
don't
a
forget-
meme. It's a meme.
You don't forget multiple people having conversation with people, and people be like, yeah, my Xbox 360 Red Ring of Death. Oh, I'm on my third Xbox 360. Like
That's
was
like
a-
the stories that gamers tell now.
That's a
right?
common thing. Ask any Xbox 360 owner. Mind you, I was lucky I only had to go through two. I only had two. I had my original that I completely took apart, spray painted everything. That one got the Red Ring of Death, but my second one never did. And then I had another one after that that never did either. So, but if you ask your Xbox 360 owners, you're going to run into at least two, out of 10 people, 8 of them probably going to tell you, yeah, I had 2 or 3. Probably at that point, even though I know it was more like 50-50. So like out of 10, there's probably only 5 that would tell you than the other half. But I do think it was more so like an 8 to 10 out of 10 people. It was bad. But yeah, I mean, for Xbox, that was a crippling situation. That was bad because that could have literally put them out of business. But what did they do? They doubled down and said, no, we got to fix it. You don't expect that to happen. I mean, and for those who still haven't watched the Power On documentary, they talk about that. That was a defining moment for them. When they go to Ballmer and like, dog, we need $1 billion to fix this. And he's like, fix it. Here you go, fix it. And that's what they did. And now those memories are starting to fade, even though it is hard to forget to people like us, right? But either way, neither one should be ideally happening. I'm not gonna say what about one is worse than the other one. I'm not gonna say that I prefer one over the other one. It shouldn't be happening. But when the earlier conversation we were having about services, we're talking about services, not whether your console was gonna stay on or not. But if we're keeping the conversation about services, that's why I would bring that up, because getting hacked is a big thing. People do lose trust in that. Whether you're Apple, you're Google, you're whoever you are, if people are getting their information stolen, people are going to have a problem and they're going to move to a different company because of that. It happens. Biggest reason I bring the service side of things up, because that is Sony's weakest proponent. Sony could have easily kept me invested in the PlayStation 4 ecosystem if their service was better. But it wasn't. So I saw no reason to stay invested. That's just me. And it's just also about ecosystem, right? Depending on, again, like we had a conversation earlier, where are your friends at? Who are you playing with? That's why it's hard for me to recommend a console. Yeah, and yellow ring of death doesn't sound catchy at all, right? But it's all about personal preference. I can't tell you, yo, you should get this console. My first question is always going to be when anybody asks me anything about gaming, do you have friends that play? If you play by yourself, if you're a single player gamer, I'm going to tell you, yeah, get Sony, get a PlayStation. If you're a multiplayer gamer, I'm going to tell you, go Xbox. Why? Because there's a better overall experience there. Before the conversation was, well, I mean, it's kind of hard to recommend Xbox if PlayStation's offering it for free, which they came away from. So at this point, it's literally that. It's personal preference. And that's all, that's the way it should be. All it should be about. And these companies fighting for your dollar, right? Make me understand why I should be invested. Not from a selfish standpoint, oh, I've played these games already, so they don't matter, or whatever the case. But there's a lot to be worked on. Again, a lot of smoke that's out here. A lot of things. That's what makes these conversations so energizing and so exciting, because it can go any direction. The conversation, Starfield and Redfall not being there, as excited as non-excited that I was about either title, which is part of the reason why I want Starfield gameplay, because I want a reason why should I invest day one to be invested in this game? That's why I want it. Pong doesn't want that. Hey, don't show me until it's ready, which I completely understand. But me also pulling myself out of it and saying, okay, well, let me take the RTS view. Let's show the people. Again, sell the hope. It works. Whether you guys believe in it or not, marketing works. I know you don't want games pitched out to you, but they're not being pitched to just you. They're not. You're already invested. It takes one game for you to be fully invested again. One game. And we have a wider variance of opinion on certain games that drive us. For me, again, factions could come out tomorrow and I'm looking for a way to get a PlayStation. We have certain things that drive us, and that is like what we should be paying attention to. Yeah, man. I mean, that's really all I have to say on that conversation so far. Paul, we got anything else that you want to add in there, man, as far as that one?
No, sir. We
blew it
covered
out of the
that
water.
top to bottom. That's right. A little bit expanded it.
And
Started
with
Call of Duty and
with some additional in there. We got some
that's what I'm saying.
breaking news in there. That was crazy. Well, truckloads of salt that should be taken with
funny.
that.
And that was from April too, by the way, folks. The tweet, so the little tweet back and forth. I don't know how people didn't catch on back then, but that was from April. So, it's interesting, man. Again, the chess moves are what it's all about in this industry. It's fun. It's fun at the end of the day for us. And again, for me and Steels, as people like to say, oh, fake neutrals, whatever the case, we don't care. It's just cool to watch this stuff happen and watch these companies go back and forth. And again, the competition is back. And listen, folks, if Sony's event next month is actually a showcase and not just a state of play, let me tell you something. That is because the competition is on. That's because Xbox came to play this generation and change the game. If Sony does a showcase next month, it is something that they would not have done if this was last generation. They would not have needed to do it last generation, only because the competition this time around is real. And it's actually more than real for Sony right now, because big bank, both have very nice sized banks, but one is a gargantuan bank, and they understand that this is now real. This is a battle. And again, we could talk about how Xbox is not actually in competition with Sony, and on many levels would not be wrong. That is true in a lot of ways. But guess what? Sony right now, to stay market leader, is in a battle, and they know it. So that showcase, if it does come out that they're going to do a showcase, both Steele and I are on board that we want it to be a showcase, because that's what made E3s fantastic back in the day. The back and forth, right? The back and forth. Oh, you're going to show that? Oh, okay, we're going to one-up you, right? That's how it was. If Sony is back to that mode again and they realize that they're in a fight, they need to sell their hopes and dreams too. They can't just rest on all their laurels from last generation anymore. and they are pushing to get God of War out this year to make sure they have something in the holidays, which they normally never do, but they understand they can't let Xbox dominate holiday season. And now they have an opening with Starfield not being there. If that's the case, man, I'm all for it, man. Bring this competition on. That's why this is so exciting. I absolutely love it, Steel.
Yeah, man. And it opens up another conversation too a little bit. We'll dive real quickly because Sony has also been a main proponent of showing numbers, right? That's why people always have these conversations, numbers, because that was the one thing that they were always winning in. There was some news release this week, which I found really funny. Gorilla came out with a tweet talking about the Horizon community loves going in for a sneak attack. So far, players have cracked it and bought 20 million plus smoke bombs. And not only did they make 21 million smoke bombs, they also used 208 million plus stealth strikes to take out enemies. Okay. For those who are invested in gaming, when these companies start coming out with these numbers instead of the actual sales numbers, especially from Sony, it kind of tells me personally that maybe the game didn't do as well as they wanted it to. And they're putting out stats that kind of fluff it a bit, right? And we're not telling you full numbers, but we'll tell you people have been playing our game, right? People are playing. This is just very suspicious to me because no, they're not coming out. And this is coming from Gorilla directly from themselves. I'll pull it up for you guys just so you guys can see it. I know some people are like, where are you getting this information from? They've never said anything like this. But the reason I bring this up is because people like to run with their own personal story. Again, we've seen Xbox do something similar to this, and people say, oh, well, there you go. Xbox not talking about their numbers anymore. And then you see a Sony-owned IP do something similar. And to me, again, it speaks to the bigger picture. If you want games like Horizon to continue to evolve and get better, again, it's not getting the best hype again. Elden Ring completely diminished Horizon Forbidden West. When a game comes out, sells over 13 million copies in its first month, where most games can only do that within a 5-year time span, it takes them that long. It does show me that, look, man, first-party IPs, these single-player experiences, they need some help. They need some milk because you can't just depend on these. Especially when a third-party game can come and outshine. Doesn't matter how good the game looks. If the mechanics of the game, the pacing of the game, as I've seen some people mention, isn't working for them, it's not going to work. It's just kind of telling to me that instead of coming out and saying, hey, we sold X million copies within the first month of sales, the game's been out for a month already, ladies and gentlemen. It's been out for longer than a month now. Where's the sales numbers? Instead, you come out and tell me how many smoke bombs have been crafted. And that's like me telling people how many times people have used the gnashing gears.
Fuzzy says he's used at least 300.
And Fuzzy's used 300 smoke bombs himself. So it's like, bruh, it's like telling people, yo, X amount of people have hit the break button in Forza. What? Like, you're fluffing your numbers for what? Yeah. You're telling a story without telling the full story. Do you get anything from this, Pong? Does it kind of work outside of what Sony usually would do in this perspective? I mean, again, this is something that they hold to their advantage, man. These big AAA games, and they're beautiful, and I love them. And I shout out to the people who are fully enthralled by these games and see these as the best they've ever seen. But does this tell you something a little bit different than it normally would?
It does, I think, to a certain degree, because Sony has set themselves up for these moments, right? They set themselves up by being pretty consistent that when a game is exceeding expectations or even meeting expectations, they're out there telling
Yeah.
the sales numbers, right? They do that consistently. They've done that in the past. Now, could they have had an internal change, much like Xbox did years and years ago,
Yeah.
which people still act like it's surprising, like the
Right.
Xbox is hiding numbers? No, they don't tell any numbers, right? They don't give those numbers. They made the decision years ago to do to give the financials the way they do. And again, was that investor based? Of course it was. They decided that, and they're allowed to do that. They're governed in certain ways. They have to give out numbers, and they're just decided that they're not going to volunteer any numbers outside of what they have to
Yeah.
anymore, and until they're ready. But Sony, on the other hand, Sony has been very prideful, which is great. They should be proud of the work their studios have been doing, because they
100%.
are one of those companies that their first party titles, much like Nintendo, to a lesser degree, Nintendo's are ridiculous, but their first party titles on a general basis do sell more than most big AAA games do.
100%.
And they should be proud of that fact. But when a situation like this happens, Steel, I personally think that Horizon Forbidden West has been selling well. But if they're going to not come out and say, hey, we've hit 10 million yet, then that tells me that it probably isn't living up to what their internal expectations were.
Yeah.
Again, without them knowing what Elden Ring was going to become, the phenomenon that it was going to become, the absolute tsunami that it was going to become, which basically washed out every other game.
Yeah.
I think their internal numbers were probably set pretty high.
Probably.
They were probably pretty bullish that Forbidden West was going to do X times better than Zero Dawn, because Zero Dawn was a new IP, but over the years it has sold fairly well for a new IP.
Right.
And for the criticisms that Zero Dawn did get, again, I love Zero Dawn. I didn't beat Zero Dawn, but I put a lot of hours into it on PS4. I actually really enjoyed, and Forbidden West would be one of the first games that I do pick up if it's not in the subscription service. That I do pick up when I get my PS5, because I do want to play it. It looks absolutely gorgeous. But I think this does give us a hint here, unless they've changed how they're going to do things, which I don't think that's the case. I think they're going to be out here celebrating every single number that they possibly can when it comes to sales. I think this does show that internally it's not meeting expectations, that this is not the quick selling title that they thought it was going to be. Now, this game definitely could have long legs. As more people pick up PlayStation 5s, this could certainly be one of those titles that people do pick up, because it is a graphical showcase for your system. There is no doubt about that. Again, bugs aside, all the problems that it did, which was out of the norm for a Sony first party title, I will say that. Q&A was not up to par as normal, but they've patched a lot of it. They fixed a lot of it, which obviously we knew they would do. Guerrilla is very good with that stuff. But I do think it's definitely not the fast selling one that they thought it was going to be. So I think they're going to wait, much like how Microsoft has been doing with Game Pass, to hit whatever marker that they've set internally. They will wait to say it. Eventually, when it gets to whatever that number may be, 8 million, 10 million, then they will come out and talk about it, right? But I think until that point, we're going to see these kinds of stats. So definitely, I think you can take from it, Steel, that it wasn't doing what they thought it would do, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think so.
And again, I mean, I guess that you can also lead that with what kind of adds some credence to my story is that they have also, I believe it was in the UK, where they already have Horizon bundles going out that are completely sold out now. So again, that can also fluff your numbers. Again, you sell 1 million consoles.
They did it with Spider-Man.
Yeah, did it with Spider-Man. Again, you sell 1 million consoles with Horizon guaranteed in there. Oh, look, I mean, your sales got 1 million consoles better. I mean, got 1 million
the old
better.
model, Steel. That's that old model. Those are the lingering. Back in the day, we got bundles all the time. We had bundles of every type of game you could ever think of, from Sega, from Nintendo, back in the day. That's kind of faded off, but Sony's revived it a little bit, and it works, right? The attach rate goes through the roof. Sales numbers looking pretty. People are more than willing to pay the little bit extra to get that game in that bundle. It's not a big deal. Hey, it works, so why not? Hey, go for it. So
it's a bonus. Hey, to me, back in the day when I wasn't paying for my games, it was a selling point to my parents. Hey, this comes with like 3 games.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what they want. So, I mean, we'll see. I'm not going to sit here and say that the game was trash. It didn't do great. Nah, it definitely fit an audience. It fit that niche. There are some people who weren't over the moon about it. Again, shout out to Boom. He's one of them. He's a major proponent for also loving the first game. But he's had his fair share of issues. Excuse me, with the second game. And mind you, I mean, I know the game's not perfect. Other people said that they've completely loved it. As someone who is generally interested in it, I haven't got through the first game, and that kind of tells me that that IP just might not be for me, and that's okay. That's perfectly fine. I'm not going to be salty about it or whatever, and nobody's going to tell me that I need to play it. I've played enough of the first game to know that I like it. I like the idea, but it wasn't enough for me to stay invested.
And Horizon was never universally loved. Okay,
Yeah,
Zero Dawn got a lot of good critical reception, but it did get a lot of negatives too. There was a lot of people who did not, like you, Steel, just it did not grab them. The story, the story beats within the game, just did not hold with a lot of people. Yeah, the gameplay loop, a lot of people. Whereas me, loved it. I absolutely did love it. But yeah, no, it wasn't just not a universally loved game. So Zero Dawn or Forbidden West, I don't think for me, I never thought that it was an automatic slam dunk, that it was just going to automatically sell, 15 million copies. I never thought that, right? I thought that it might be a slow burn, that there was just going to be some people who just didn't jump back into it again, or some people who did that really found out that they really don't like Horizon, or it just doesn't hit with them. So, it's an odd spot though for Sony to be in for sure, because it was one of their big ones this year. And it was something that they probably did put a lot of stock into, that it was going to be that system seller, that it was going to be that showpiece for them. And with Elden Ring's Tsunami, and with the bugs that it did have and some of the videos I got out there, it just didn't wind up being that for them. So
and it is what it is, but that's what you're playing with, which is why the more accessible that you can make your games, the better. Again, can we get a Horizon 3 at this point? Who knows? But this is the thing. This is the other thing too, is that if you say these style of games are not working and you continue to support them and they cost all this money to make, and you're not seeing the sales that you want from them, it tells you, like, you don't have to be a rocket science to put 2 and 2 together to say, I don't know if we're going to continue to get this game as we move into the future. But if you open it up, feed that ecosystem, you can continue to get those, and you can continue to service that community who do love that. So that's the biggest thing for me. Just opening up the picture a little bit. We're getting into over 3 hours into the show thus far. There are some small things that I do feel like we can touch on really quickly. Again, for the first time in 8 years, Xbox outsold PlayStation in Japan. Again, it's not like we're talking about huge numbers or whatever the case. Nintendo still rules over there. Mobile gaming still rules over there. But it is something that is unique because, again, people say that Xbox doesn't sell well overseas, whatever the case may be, and we're continuously getting numbers that are kind of proving that different. Xbox is kind of getting their weight around, they're getting their name moved, and that's what it's about, man. More competition is always welcome. Pong, do you have any thoughts about this? Is this a thought-provoking thing to you? Does this redefine the generation? Because Xbox Series S has seemingly sold more consoles than PlayStation for the first time in 8 years.
No. Look, it's a great moral victory. It's a great thing to come out and say, because it does show what it does show, right? Is that ever since the Xbox 360, which sold the best out of any Xbox over there, it's been nothing but just abysmal. We just call it what it is, abysmal over in Japan, right?
Yeah.
No matter what they've thrown on or what they've tried to throw at Japan, no matter what they've tried to do, ever since the 360, it's just Xbox One did nothing, absolutely nothing, right? And so for what they've done so far, and we've heard that things are better over there, that Series S has made some ground over there, that maybe xCloud and Game Pass is causing a little bit of an inroad over there because
Right.
they are so mobile heavy over there, right? In Japan, that it's trickling down to the consoles themselves, and that Series S and Series X are doing better, especially Series S because of the form factor. Again, it's kind of a stereotype, but the Japanese culture has historically liked their smaller systems. Now, PlayStation being PlayStation blows that out of the water because we know the monolith that PlayStation 5 is still selling like hotcakes whenever they have supply over there. It's off the charts. It's doing really well. But obviously, Switch is dominating and never will give up the crown over in Japan. But I think for Xbox, it is a little bit of a moral victory, whether you want to blame it on supply and demand, which it is at the end of the day. But again, for people in the know, people that do track this stuff over there, they are saying that basically whatever Xbox does ship to Japan, console wise, is sold out within that week. It's not like they're just sitting around, right? Whatever is provided is still being sold out. And now, granted, again, numbers wise, they're giving a fraction of what they give to the United States and Europe per se. They give a fraction to Japan of what they give to the United States and Europe, sure, but it's still being sold out. Whereas Xbox One was sitting on the shelves, collecting dust. Like again, was going nowhere at all. So there is movement over there. But again, to the people all up in their fields because the good news was announced that Xbox Series S outsold PlayStation 5 for 1 week, and they all got up in their fields, and there was even journalists, professional journalists out there with check marks getting all up in their fields just because people were talking about this. Look, calm down, knock it off. If your ego is that fragile, get some help, okay? Period, point blank. And for any Xbox dudes out there, and I'm sure there was a couple that were trying to say that this is a sign. No, that's not it either. Get some help, okay? This is not the dominating Xbox all of a sudden gonna take over Japan, okay? That's not how this is gonna work. But it's good news for Xbox overall. Phil, Sarah Bond, the rest of the teams have been putting a ton of effort into Japan. There's another indie show coming up here, I think this next weekend, I want to say, Steel,
Yeah.
over in Japan. Xbox is going to have a big presence at that show because they are helping a lot of indie developers. I think Sarah Bond said over 1,000 indie developers over there. They are heavy in that market. They are now hiring people specifically for that market. We now have seen certain people, we know that they have some big projects that are going on over there that we're probably going to hear about in the next couple of years, that they are actually working on that area of the world, right? That they are working on some games specifically designed around the Eastern side of things. So they are doing the things that they never did previously. Xbox during the 360 generation threw a lot of money in over there. They went out and bought some exclusives like Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon. They bought some RPG exclusives to try to make inroads, and it worked. They actually did a good job over there.
Yeah.
Not to any, again, compared to PlayStation, Nintendo. No, of course not. Not at all. But for an American company that had zero presence over there, besides a few hundred, I think it was under $1 million for Xbox, the OG Xbox, it was under $1 million, and I think they sold what 2 million 360s or something like that. Look, that's big. That was big movement. But then the Xbox One wiped all away everything that 360 had done, much like it did for a lot of us. It wiped away all that goodwill, and they didn't do anything over there. They couldn't. They were in a bad spot. They couldn't focus on that part of the world that they didn't really have a presence in, because they had to focus on Europe and America just to try to keep somewhat of a pace with Sony. But now this gen, completely different. Now Phil and Sarah over there, multiple trips over there. They're working with indie developers. They're working with some bigger names. We've seen the relationships with Sega strengthen. We've seen the relationships with Bandai Namco strengthen now. Look, those things are eventually going to make some headway. They're cracking open the door an inch. Okay. Again, it's never going to be a flood. That'll be the day when I go, dang, I can't wait to see it, but it's probably not going to happen. But xCloud, Game Pass, all the work they're doing over there is having some effect. At least people over in Japan are talking about Xbox again, which again, for this company specifically, for Microsoft and where they've come from, where they've been, that's a huge win at the end of the day. But again, to make it out as a big deal, if we're just looking at the numbers, nah, it ain't a big deal.
Yeah, in
Perspective.
perspective.
It's really not. Yeah, in perspective, it's not. So yeah, that's where I'm at, Steel.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I definitely agree with a lot of that too. So, the small things too to touch on, God of War Ragnarok did in Santa Monica Studios. They did talk about the apparently they have 60 plus accessibility features that they're gonna have in the game, which is really dope. Again, this could lead credence to the game does come out this year. I think it'll be absolutely hilarious. It would set the world on fire if it came out 11/11/22. That's the type of things that I like to see, man. You had an in stone date for your IP over on Xbox, and guess what? Couldn't hit that date, so let Sony now make that date of some importance to them. Now God of War Ragnarok is 11/11/22, and that completely lights the industry on fire. That's going to spark up a lot of conversation. There's a lot of funny things that can be said at that point, right? Oh, look at Sony does what Xbox can't, right? You can open up a lot of those things that I would love to see that. Hopefully that is the case. Again, I'm gonna continue to ride the 2023 train. Again, I'm still of the mind, if you can get it on PC day and date, why not do that? That's the main reason for my 2023. Release it in the spring, goes in line with some of the things you've done in the past. I don't know. That's just me. Take more time, put out a good quality product. But again, if you're doing it just for marketing side of things, which Sony is very into doing, then you could put the knife in the heart, or put the stake in the heart, vampire reference, and really, hit your competition where it hurts. Paul, what do you think about that, man? I know 11/11/22 hit you in the feels, and you were kind of another one of those where you thought it would be fun if they did the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Does this kind of still lead credence to it more so coming out this year, 2022, because of them talking about the accessibility features? Again, accessibility is a huge thing. A lot of people say it doesn't matter. I know us, it's the age of accessibility. So of course we get excited about this kind of thing. What does this tell you as far as them coming out and talking about this and showing a little something, even though they haven't shown any more gameplay or anything?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, I've been on the 2022 hill for a long time with God of War. Now I don't have a great batting average. Okay. I died on my hill twice for Starfield. Okay. So look, it is what it is. But God of War, I've always believed that they are doing everything possible to get that game out this year. Again, even I know a lot of people have said, well, now with Starfield Redfall delay, maybe Sony could, maybe this gives Sony the opportunity to delay God of War. But I've always been of the mindset, again, that the game has changed. Yeah. Xbox has changed the playing field, and Sony knows this. And like I said, when we were talking about Horizon, I always felt that they were going to bookend this year. Now, Sony generally, again, throughout history, has not focused on the holidays, but there's a lot to be at stake here. Yes. And I know consoles are still hard to come by, but that doesn't mean that you delay games until consoles are available. You have to give all you're doing is, even if the consoles aren't readily available, you're adding to the library, to the stable, that when people do have the opportunity to buy, they are looking at these two consoles. If they have to decide, if they can't afford both, they're looking at both and trying to decide which one they're going to buy. The games that are currently available are going to play a huge part of that. That's why, you know what I'm saying? So that's why Game Pass for Xbox is obviously the seller, right? Xbox Game Pass, that's what they've given everybody. 400 plus games, do it. Now Sony is adding their own subscription service, but to a lesser degree. But then people are going to go, what games are available? What's going to show off my PS? When you get that new system, that's why Xbox not having a whole lot of first party titles that take advantage of the system is a problem, because people want to show off. They want to know why they paid all this money for their new console. Again, us as enthusiasts, as the hardcore, quote unquote, gamers, we buy these consoles for a whole different reason. When somebody else comes from the old generation, comes to the current gen, they want to show off that console. They want to show their family. They want to show their friends why they bought it. Oh my God, look how gorgeous this is. And even though God of War is a cross-gen game, it's still gorgeous at the end of the day. And to have that sitting in the library this holiday adds to that mind share that gets people talking about Sony, even the people that don't currently have a PS5, it keeps them in the conversation because it is going to be a huge deal. Now, we talked about how Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 could come along and that would just explode the internet if
Right.
Xbox could cut a deal. But let's say that doesn't happen. Let's say Xbox has Motorsport. They cut a couple smaller third-party deals, which we've talked about previously, to fill the hole. But now Xbox has given this opening where Sony can drop one of their biggest franchises, a title that has been hyped, that has been expected for a long time now, and say, hey, we're in this conversation. And they're going to get the social media talking. They're going to get those mouths moving. Hey, God of War dropped. God of War Ragnarok's awesome. God of War's this. God of War.
Right.
Again, that's what you hope for. Again, Horizon, got overshadowed by Elden Ring, and we kind of saw what happened. But you hope that God of War could then dominate because it's going to be there kind of all by itself. It's not going to have anything big from Xbox to compete with. So then all of a sudden people are talking positive things about Sony, about their brand new game, about, again, about how great studios are over there, how awesome these experiences are. You can't find these on Xbox, all the narratives that we talk about, and that word of mouth starts spreading, but they're in the news, which is the biggest thing for Sony. Again, this generation is different from last.
Yes.
Last generation, they could take time off. They could sit back because Xbox wasn't going to have anything to talk about, right? Xbox wasn't putting out anything. Everybody was talking about how bad Xbox was. Oh, this E3 was terrible for Xbox, right? Oh my God. Even when Xbox went out in 2018 and bought all those studios, hey, it fired people up, but everybody knew the conversation was, well, we're going to have to wait for a while to see something from those studios because they already got games in the works. Right. Sony could sit there and let things happen. They could have one big E3 where they sell hopes and dreams for 3 to 4 years.
Yep.
Right. And then sit back and wait for those games to show up, because people were still talking about them nonstop because everybody was playing on PlayStation for the most part. So they could just sit and let that work. Now they can't. So now they got to get themselves back in the news, in the conversation, in people's minds on a consistent basis. You drop God of War this year. And I think that as far as I said this on PM and the PM and stuff, when we talked about the accessibility thing, Steel, that's not, and again, it was National Accessibility Day, right? So it was appropriate for the day. Xbox did a big thing, but they only did it in general. Like, hey, this is what we've been working on. We know how good Xbox has been with accessibility.
They got a whole specific controller.
Yeah, control. They've been years deep in the accessibility, right? They've got mandates for the studios. They want their studios trying to put accessibility things in their games. Look, Xbox has been ahead of the curve on that for a long time. That's been a big pillar of philosophy within their within their division.
Right.
So that was no big deal. But for PlayStation, now they could have talked about all the stuff they've done to move towards more accessibility. They could have talked in general fashion, but to specifically show God of War as your example, there's already games out that they've put out in the past year that do have some great accessibility features. They could have re-highlighted those.
They could have.
They chose God of War.
Yeah.
And again, accessibility features, as important as they are, and they are more important these days than ever before. Reviewers take them into account, all that stuff. But they're still one of the last things that we usually hear about after the preview builds have gone out to reviewers and we start getting the reviews in. Then we start hearing, because reviewers these days are very conscious of that being important. They talk about the accessibility features and they kind of spotlight them.
Right.
For them to do this specifically on their own of God of War and show off accessibility features tells me that this game is very far along, that it's all hands on deck, that they already have all this stuff laid out for God of War, and that they're getting ready to show more God of War very shortly here. And that's why I think next month may be the showcase instead of the state of play. I think they may do the showcase and give us a final, hey, it's coming 2022. Because again, that's the chess move. Sony doesn't pass up advantages. Right now with Xbox's news, they take advantage. Announce God of War 2022, confirm it. It's on, right? They're locked in for the holiday. They make it 11/11/22, even better. Like I said, I want them to do that. I want them to give Xbox I want them to give Xbox a small gut punch to say, hey, we're right here. You guys screw up, we're going to be right here. We're going to poke you. we're gonna poke you. I want that to happen because I want Xbox to realize that even if they don't necessarily consider Sony one of their main competitors, that Sony themselves are competing against them, and they have to pay attention to what Sony's doing over there, and they have to take notice. And
They
Sony's
are.
going to poke fun at them. They're going to make these little pot shots at them where they have the opportunity. And I think that's better for the competition overall. Again, if Phil goes, oh, okay, I see. Okay. Maybe the next time I'm thinking about doing something nice again, maybe I'm not going to be so nice the next time. I want that from Xbox a little bit. So I do want that to happen, but I just think it would be a great move for Sony. But yes, I do think this accessibility trailer lends more credence to the fact that we are going to get God of War in 2022, and I'm all for it. So can't wait to see, man. Like I said, we're going to have some answers within the next month here.
We are. I'm super excited.
Yeah.
I know some people are like, oh, Starfield and Redfall kind of killed the hype for me a little bit. I know I've heard you say the same thing on PM to PM. And I'll be completely honest, because I did my thing with Mav last night, as far as like the prediction show, whatever the case. And I was telling him, I was like, my level of excitement is always at 1,000, right? Because I don't look for individual, of course, I have my ones that I'm kind of paying attention to, like Lost Soul aside. They put some more information out there. They're like, hey, don't forget about us. We're still making this game. You know what I mean? So you still have, or Project Eve, you know, there's these games that are still out there that do interest me, but I don't look so far into the future because I am excited about, I'm so involved in the games that I'm playing right now because it's not just a simple experience for me. I get involved into a game like The Division again. I'm playing The Division again, and now I'm looking up YouTube videos. Now I got a couple builds that I want to work towards. Now there's this whole thing that's there. So I'm always living in the moment. So I'm always excited to see what the potential of these showcases are. And the biggest thing for me is, the biggest excitement that I have is Xbox, is PlayStation, is Nintendo, is Jeff Keighley, is the PC showcase. Are they going to have a cadence by the end of it where I'm like, bro, I couldn't hold on to my seat. There was this announcement after announcement, more gameplay, better styling, better pacing, because that's what matters. You want gaming to become this phenomenon. You want more people to be interested. Do the marketing right. Get your pacing right. And that's what's going to continuously build us forward. And that's what I get hyped for. Are they going to nail the pacing right? That's what I'm excited. Yeah, but I'm super hype about what these games are going to be showing up. Hey, and Psycho. Hey, if Pong don't end up being there before anybody else, we're doing some legendary tonight, man. We got to get through the Division, get that exotic cachet. You whore. No, I'm playing. But
the Mav too, who showed up in the
shout out to Mav.
Well.
Yeah,
Caitlin showed up earlier too as well.
Was in here.
Everybody rolling in here to say hi. Appreciate you all jumping in as we approach hour number 4 coming up here very short.
And Silverback made a comment earlier saying that Series S essentially is the only console that can be found. Look, that's not my problem.
No.
Whose problem is that?
That's called good business. That's called good business. If it's available, that's good.
Whether it's available or not.
Yep.
Whose problem is that? You can't say people are settling though. I don't like that conversation. Oh, they're just settling, so they're just getting whatever consoles.
Hey, they're dropping the cash. Don't matter.
They're dropping the cash for it.
Yeah. Yep.
I know 300 might seem like it's a small thing to you. It's not a small thing for everybody. 300 is still 300. And are those people seeing the value of those games? Are they getting traded back in when a PlayStation becomes available? We're never going to get those numbers. So it's like, that conversation is so difficult to have. Like, just take it for what it is. Yeah. The console's selling more. Yep. I don't ever argue with PlayStation. They're selling more because they got PlayStations there. No.
Oh, and Sony could have done the same thing, but they chose not to. They chose not to make a lesser console. Guess what? Would they like to have one right now with the chip shortage? I better believe that if they could go back in time, they would make their own Series S version.
Oh, yeah.
Better believe that for sure, 100%.
And like Fuzzy just says, who settles with a $300 purchase? Hey, right. Fuzzy, it's a whole different conversation to have. But if you look at somebody spending $300 is settling, I'm sorry that you're so privileged to feel that way. but you're not the market that we're trying to speak to. Or you're not.
Yeah.
That's not the bigger picture. Maybe that's why people can't agree with not having to play one side or the other side, and why you could see us as neutrals, whatever the case, whatever. That's not the picture that we're speaking to, right? And that is a very personal side to come from. And if that is the ecosystem that you're in, yo, shout out to you, man. I came up in the struggle. I'm not saying that I'm the richest person in the world neither, because I'm not. I'm not saying that I'm where I want to be at either. I'm not. But I would never just look at $300 and look at it like it's $3. No, it just doesn't work that way, right? You could say that. There's no evidence to prove that. You're basically all off of personal preference and personal experiences. That's fine. But recognize it as that. Not say, oh, it's just they're just settling. Come on, man. Like, that's like, no. Anyway, different conversation to have.
Shout out to Colt. Oh my God, he just put out a tweet. Hey, for anybody who doesn't pay attention to the circus a lot or whatever else, somebody on the PlayStation side, somebody who likes to be foxy, is all I'll say, put out one of his famous I'm an insider tweets, talking about that PlayStation is got a new PlayStation 5 coming, and that it's going to be 4K 120 with ray tracing and all this kind of stuff, and put that out there, right? So Colt just put out a tweet and goes, Xbox Series X2 DEFCON is coming, 8K 240 frames per second, triple high pass ray tracing, broke a depth of field, RDNA 3.5, 18 Tricera flops. Release dates 12 to 72 months or years. I said too much.
Yeah, exactly.
So like I said, I enjoy the banter when it is just banter. It's fun. It's hilarious. It's really good. It's good stuff, man. But again, you want to talk about being dishonest. Man, some of those insiders are ultra dishonest and get their followers to believe in some nonsense. So it's funny when somebody else comes along and just,
you're mentioning things that they're not going to sell you at $500,
and they're not going to produce.
And they're not
in this climate. In this
like,
climate, can you imagine? Here's $1,000 console.
Yeah, come on, bro. Like, here's a $1,000 console, bro. Like, that's why it's not going to happen. Like, at that point, especially the direction we're going, people are going to tell you to get a PC. I'd tell you to get a PC if you're going to spend $1,000 on a console. I mean, now, again, people have done it. Scalpers, they're buying.
Of course, there would be some that would do it. There would be a handful of people that do.
There's people doing it right now, buying your PS5 for $1,000. You're a crazy ass man, or girl. I'm not here to tell you what to do with your money. No, do what you want. I'm not here to pocket watch. I can care less. As long as you're happy.
Splendifer, shout out to you. Splendifer says, I got 8 kids to feed. I appreciate the $300. I added the to feed part, but that's, people understand that.
I'm just saying. Just saying. If you're speaking from your personal opinion or your personal perspective, that's one thing. Don't make it a blanket statement. I hate when people do that. I try not to do it because you can't. Another thing. Again, we're kind of just running through some things. We're getting towards the end of the show before we get into the This Day in Gaming segment. As you see here today, for those who are watching live, again, for the audio listeners, come check us out live, man, or check it out on replay. I got some gameplay of The Witcher 3 running for you. It is the complete edition. The Witcher 3 is set to come out this year, towards the end of the year. We haven't heard much else information on it until this point, but the Witcher game official Twitter page, we could just say CD Projekt Red. I don't know if it ended up going to be them working on it. I'd imagine it is. They probably got a small
They said
team.
They pulled it back to be internal. So.
Oh, okay. So again, if CD Projekt Red, I can just kind of put it hand in hand with each other. They're set to release it this year. Again, it's just supposed to be it's not a remake of the game. Not necessarily I don't think it's even going to be a remaster, but it's going to be an update for current gen consoles. So kind of the quality that you guys are kind of seeing today, because I am playing The Witcher 3 with texture mods and other things that are involved and lighting mods to make the game look better. If what you're seeing today is probably going to be more in line of what you're going to get at the end of the year. There's another decision why, because once I think the other reason, along with Elden Ring kind of giving me, I have this space that I want to fill for whatever reason, and I'm getting it with playing Batman. But so many people have just clamored for this game, and it was, again, like I said in the beginning of the show, I was thinking about CD Projekt Red and my experience with Cyberpunk. I wanted to take that dive. I saw this texture mod pack on YouTube, and I was like, damn, I can get the game looking like that. So, and that's what I did. So that's why I'm currently playing the game now. But it's set to release on consoles, updated version at the Q4 2022. Again, more value. Pong, how are you feeling about this? I know this is going to be your final time trying out The Witcher. Does this change any of your excitement? Does it just add to your catalog at the end of the year? What's going on with it?
I've been waiting, brother. I've been waiting. I've had it download. I've had the game of the year. I bought the game of the year package, I think for like $20 when it was on sale. So it's got all the DLC. It's been downloaded, sitting in my hard drive, my external hard drive, just waiting for this patch. And now with Starfield not being here at the end of the year, absolutely, man. I'm hyped that I'm going to have Witcher 3 to jump back into, and hopefully this time make it work. Because again, I do enjoy a lot about the game. I understand why people say it's one of the greatest games of all time. All the stuff I love about CD Projekt Red. Again, CD Projekt Red fan. Cyberpunk 2077 is top 10 all time for me. It's locked into that list after I got done playing it. And some people still claim that the side missions for Witcher 3 are even better. Now, I played, again, about 30, 40 total hours. I've played some of the side missions, and I understand where people are coming from. Again, I want to see this time, maybe Elden Ring gave me a little bit more appreciation for the battle system. Again, not that it's the same, but as Steel will tell you, playing through this, you need to be more patient in The Witcher. Again, in RPGs, for me, I don't always necessarily like being patient, and I thought some of the combat and switching, and especially me being a person who does want to use a lot of the potions and mixes that they have in this game, it's a little clunky for me. Okay.
It is.
It took me out. So again, will these updates do anything for that? Or maybe have I just gotten a little bit more patient with the combat because of games like the Elden Ring and stuff? We're going to find out, because this will be my final attempt at The Witcher. But I'm excited. I am definitely excited. Steel, again, now with a big, wide gaping hole at the end of the year for me, because Starfield was it, brother. You know me, I was going to be all in. This is going to give me something else to play during that time frame too. So yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully this time it works for me, because I do want to get through this game. I do want to play it to its fullest. So I can't wait, because the DLC, some people even claim, Blood and Wine and stuff are better than the actual main story of the game. So that's what's got me enticed, because I didn't jump into any of that, obviously. So,
all right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the insider Matt Fun Speculation in the chat. He just gave up my deep, dark secret. He says, inside scoop, Steel Rain's hat does not say Levram. He has his camera mirrored, and it actually says Marvel.
Oh, big scoop.
Sorry, guys.
Big scoop.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry to give up my big secret. I didn't think you guys would ever catch on. Look, I'll try to do better next week. Okay, guys. I'll try to. I don't know. I don't have any excuses. I'm sorry. Shout out to Matt Fun Speculation for putting me on blast and revealing my true secrets. I'll apologize in a special video later on. It's funny because that's
yes, Tinder XYZ finally showed up. I've been missing you. Thank you so much for dropping in here. We appreciate you each and every week being a part of our show and spamming us with.
We appreciate it, and that was right after content. Fun Speculation revealed my secret.
Yes. Yeah. Ooh, do we have a connection? Fun. You just showed up, and all of a sudden Tinder shows up.
Are you the one sending those Tinder sites to us? Yeah, I'm starting to line things up.
Mav. Yep, that's a side biz.
He just snitched on himself. Oh God. But no. Now, we didn't really talk about it today. I don't have much else to say about this in particular. EA is seemingly being shopped about.
Oh, not seemingly. Oh, not, it happened. It happened.
But it's happening. But EA is shopping around and everything. There's been some conversation with some serious partners. Disney, Apple, Amazon have all been proponents of this. There's been multiple ways that conversation can go. I'm not completely sure, and I don't have so much faith in EA, especially with what's recently happened with Battlefield, that I'm just like, where I have a genuine care enough for where EA could possibly go. I did mention last night that Disney definitely was a direction, but I think a good avenue for them to go also would possibly be with an Amazon, mainly because Disney makes more sense, because I think Disney would allow EA to get in with some of their IPs. They already have some deals there anyway. So of course that makes more of the logical sense, but I would say Amazon, just because if they want to continue to broaden their library to add on to the value that they currently have. Again, they have a wide range of Prime members or Amazon members overall, to where they could pitch that to their audience, and it would add value to their service. Now, again, does it make the most logical sense? No, but they do have the market cap, to at least, and the service base to allow EA to kind of continuously dive in that bag. I mean, again, the head of EA wants to maintain being in that position. And I do think if it went the Disney route of things, I don't know if they would allow him to stay in that role, because under his supervision, things haven't seemingly gone the way that the EA needs it to go. EA hasn't been so successful. I think without Vince Zampella being there, I don't know if EA would be of any real relevance at this point.
I'd still be relevant, brother. But
I mean,
no, I get what you're saying. I mean, again,
sure,
whoever
but-
acquires EA is acquiring Zampella,
right?
which is
And you're acquiring IP too. There's a still,
yeah, I know, but I'm saying
amount of
in the
IP.
grand scheme of things, when you're looking at it with the CEO wanting to stay
Right.
in power, Zampella is the real the superstar over there, right? And
Right.
but look, Steele, I get where you're coming from. I don't want to see it go. This is what Phil talked about. This is what Phil's worried about. Is an Amazon, is a Google, is an Apple jumping into this? This is why the Activision Blizzard deal was so big to him. He can't secure everything, right? So if EA wants to sell, which obviously they do, the only hope is that they go to some place that's going to respect the gaming industry for what it is. Disney would definitely make sense. Now, I don't know if the FTC would allow Disney to do this.
Yeah.
Again,
now,
that Fox deal was already like questionable but I would like to see it, because we know at least Disney respects the gaming aspect of things, especially nowadays, now that they've reopened Lucas and they're allowing licenses to go out. No, they didn't have to do that, but they're doing it, right? So I think that would be huge. Now, if they did acquire an EA, would that mean the licensing is cut off and they're going to go back to first party publishing, and they're just going to produce their own Marvel games, their own Star Wars games?
That's what I'm saying.
They're going to have studios that can do that, right?
Absolutely.
So yeah, it would be interesting. An Amazon, a Tencent, everything that Phil warned us about. But again, Xbox can't buy everything. That's why I don't have problems when Sony wants to buy something. That's why I don't have problems if Nintendo wants to start buying stuff. Hey, look, buy it, please. I want these established industry leaders to buy these things instead of these outsiders to come in. But EA is definitely shopping. That's a fact. What else could happen here, Steele, is a merger. And a merger makes a lot of sense. A UB Arts would make a lot of sense. Let both sides continue to run themselves, but join forces, have some crossover, be a big giant publishing powerhouse at the end of the day. Their philosophies seemingly align, not in the ways that we want them to, but they do align with how they're controlling some of their franchises. So a Ubisoft Electronic Arts combo would definitely be a powerhouse in this industry and would make a lot of sense, to me, at least. Again, from the outsider, from just a very naive looking from that satellite view, that would make a lot of sense for where they're going and where this industry is going. They could definitely make some, mutual decisions that would benefit each other. They could learn from each other in some ways as well, which would be cool to see happen. Again, would we get the games that we necessarily want out of that deal? No, not necessarily.
Yeah, nah.
Nah, not necessarily, but maybe just enough of Electronic Arts and Zempella could leak over into Ubisoft and not keep themselves from crashing and burning and and really destroying all of their franchises. So I think this is interesting, Steel. What else is pretty raises some flags here is that all this stuff really started happening after the Activision Blizzard deal was announced.
Yeah,
this stuff was
FIFA deal too.
Yeah, they lost their FIFA deal. Which
it's kind of here or there. It's a big deal though, man, because that's brand.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have paid FIFA what they were asking for either. Now FIFA thinks that they're going to make their own game. Come on.
Yeah,
you know how this is going to go down.
That's not going to work. Yeah, that's not.
This is not going to go.
I don't know what
this is not going to work out well for FIFA at the end of the day. But I just think it's interesting because we've been talking about consolidation in this industry, and we knew that this stuff was happening. Like, people are just starting to catch up to all this now. When you start hearing the names like EA, like everybody's like, EA's selling what? Look, yeah, this is the way the industry's going right now. Take-Two has been brought back up again too, as well, even though they are hugely successful. But until Activision Blizzard was announced, a lot of people didn't know that these companies, as successful as they may have with, as much success as they may have with a Call of Duty, with a Grand Theft Auto, that we think of them as these, companies that are just all in the black, that are just rolling in money so much. But again, the investors don't see it that way. And when you put all your eggs in 1, 2, or 3 baskets, bro, you set yourself up for a very, very thin line between success and failure. And we've heard Activision come out and talk about it. I don't think they're lying that the Call of Duty, all that money being invested, all the resources in Call of Duty meant that they had to continuously put it out on a yearly basis just to keep the investors happy, to keep the stocks up. And that was eating away at that franchise, which we all know as gamers. We all know that they were burning out Call of Duty. Call of Duty was on, we saw it with Vanguard this year, it wasn't sustainable at the end of the day. So even a place like Take-Two with Grand Theft Auto Online just printing money, it's not sustainable. You can't just have that one big franchise over and over again and say that, hey, we're just going to continue to make the same amount of money every year. That's not what the investors look for. The investors look for you to keep increasing return year over year. And that's very hard to do when you put all your eggs in one basket. So I think this is something that everybody should have their eyes open to now. Grubb came out and put out a tweet and said, hey, that list of people that were looking, that EA was having discussions with, that's not the only people that were having discussions with EA. So the sharks are on the hunt right now. The feeding frenzy is starting. I think EA, a merger with somebody like a Ubisoft, makes a lot more sense, especially if they want to keep their CEO in charge, than an actual acquisition does, because I think that anybody wants to acquire EA, anybody who knows the industry like we do, Steel, is going to come in and clean house, and they're going to want to start from scratch. And they may even sell off parts of EA that aren't profitable. They may close down studios like BioWare's that haven't made anything profitable in a long time. That is the real danger when you get somebody else from the outside coming in. They're not going to respect that and say, hey, we're going to do everything we can to keep it open. They're going to look at it as, okay, how do we trim the fat off of this? We need to, make this lean and mean EA. We need to clean house on the leadership that has not been working. And we need to close down studios that aren't performing and then start making games, right? So that's the fear of an outsider coming in when you see these big names. So
yeah, and I think that's the biggest part of it, because we definitely don't want to see them get completely abolished either, and destroyed, taken apart, piecemeal, in whatever direction that they decide to go, because of their recent snags and everything. But we also want to see them do better. And for me, it's just, I just don't have a lot of faith in EA other than in Vince right now. And he's kind of getting pushed and pulled in many different directions. I can only imagine how many conversations he's having on a daily basis. And having serious conversations, you know, about the future of him being there, right? So
all he has to say is Bad Company 3 Steel, and I'm all in.
hey, I'm just saying. But with that, I wanted to kind of go through those other topics because we did kind of lead really heavily in the beginning of the show with some serious things, and then we got really heavy about. This was definitely a Sony show, man. I mean, we talked a lot about what PlayStation has in store, the potential of it all, what we can kind of come to expect. And I feel like there was a lot of passion, a lot of good points that were made in there, man. Again, another almost 4-hour show getting into it. We do this consistently. Shout out for those of you who are still tuned in live with us and also on the audio side of things. Much love to you guys. Hopefully we're helping you get through your work day, work week, whatever the case may be. I did want to apologize last weekend for whatever reason. The show audio side of things for the show for episode 56 didn't get uploaded. So I went ahead and made sure that it did get uploaded today. So that's sitting there waiting. I'm going to end up putting multiple posts up here. I don't know what happened with that. I hit the upload button and I was looking at it last weekend, but went in and checked it in an Anchor and it was deleted for whichever reason. So I went ahead and reposted it. I didn't see anything that should give us some issues this time around, so we should be good to go. Definitely look for that. But with that being said, Fun Speculation has to ask, what time is Pong carrying us through Legendary?
I ain't carrying anybody. I'm support, baby. I'm just helping to lift you up a little bit. And then you guys got to come pick me up all the time because I'm so squishy.
No, I mean, hopefully we can definitely get some division in later, depending on how the day is carrying us and everything. I know after the show, I got to get down and just do some things to carry some things, and then I'll be on at some point. But with that being said, since we're at the end of the show, we got to get into our This Day in Gaming segment, otherwise known as Make Pong Feel Old, or some others make y'all feel old. Again, I do this because gaming is art and should be treated as such. We go back 30 years of gaming history on this day. So no matter what the day is, today is going to be May 21st for This Day in Gaming. We just go back to pull some of those memories out and just kind of make you reminisce on what was, because when you compare games of today to games of yesteryear, there's a whole different conversation we can have with that too. So you can honestly have let's just be grateful for what we have today, right? But let's get into that. Pong, before we get into that though, is there any other things that you'd like to kind of lead us off with, or are you ready?
No, brother, we're good, man. We covered a lot, man. I was holding on to the EA thing. I was hoping we were gonna get to that at the end because it is a big deal. But no, we covered everything, man. We did a good job today, Steel.
Excellent. That's good to hear.
Yeah,
gets me even more excited. I'm ramped. All right. Let's get into this Day in Gaming segment, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So as I said, we are starting on May 21st, or this Day in Gaming is May 21st. So, but we're starting in 1993. And in 1993, the NES, or NES, or I guess some people may call, they released Joy Mech Fight in Japan. Not familiar with that title.
No, sir.
Then
that was one of those ones we didn't get over here. They weren't importing a whole lot of games back in the NES days.
That is true.
Yeah.
Then in 97, Nintendo 64 released War Gods. For some reason that sounds familiar, but I can't put my finger on it, I should say. Then in 98, the Saturn released Shadows of the Tusk in Japan.
Nope.
Not familiar
with that one. No, I don't remember that one coming to Saturn. I could be completely wrong, or came underneath a different name, maybe, but no, maybe. I don't.
Then PlayStation released Thunder Force 5 Perfect System in Japan.
Thunder Force. I like it.
Then in 2001, PlayStation released World's Scariest Police Chases.
What?
Okay.
What?
Sounds like a TV show, but okay.
I don't remember this. This has got to be one of the rarest games out. World's scariest police chases.
Yeah.
Oh,
Then in 2002, Xbox released Hunter: The Reckoning. I don't recall that either.
Yeah.
Then in 2003, GameCube released Lost Kingdoms 2. Okay. Then in 2013, 2013, the Wii U released Lego Batman 2, DC Superheroes. Shout out to the Lego Batman. Then PlayStation 3 released Ratchet Deadlocked. Then PlayStation 3 released Resident Evil Revelations. And Resident Evil Revelations also came out on the Wii U and Xbox 360.
World's Scariest Police Chases was actually published by Activision back in the day.
Oh, wow.
It was from a Swedish company called Unique Development Studios. And it's exactly what you think it is. You're like reliving some police chases, like you're the cops and stuff.
That's wild. Oh, well, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, at least they stay true to the name.
Right. I wonder if that's one of the IPs we get. Maybe they can bring it back.
Put it in the Game Pass. That's the one I'm looking for. Then on 2013, the Android released Sonic the Hedgehog Classic. Okay. Then in 2015, PC released Techno Babylon. Sounds familiar? I don't think I've touched on that. Then in 2019, Nintendo Switch released Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered. PlayStation 4. Yeah, Assassin's Creed 3 was excellent. On the Switch though, I don't know.
I don't know about the Switch.
Then PlayStation 4 released Dauntless. Then also on the Nintendo Switch, they got Resident Evil 0, Resident Evil 4, and then Resident Evil Origins Collection. Okay. Year for Resident Evil for the Switch, I guess.
Yeah.
Then in 2019, PlayStation 4 released Slay the Spire.
Ooh, good game. Fantastic game.
Nice.
Card-based battle system.
Okay.
So good, man. Oh, so good. Just addicting is all get out. Love Slay the Spire. Yep.
Then Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 4 released Team Sonic Racing.
Actually, a good game.
Got to that, yeah.
I'm not a big kart racer, but that was a good game.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Then in 2020, Xbox One released Saints Row the Third Remastered.
Very good.
And then everybody's favorite, 2021, Nintendo Switch released Miitopia. And just so you can see my face.
Yeah.
Miitopia, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Great.
Miitopia.
Great.
Yeah.
No, but that is your This Day in Gaming segment. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I have to say again, thank you for joining us on episode 57 of the Living Splitscreen Morning Show. Again, your new Saturday morning cartoons for those who consider us that for sure. Again, nothing but thanks, man. Especially if you listen on the back end. Maybe you don't catch us live, you catch us on replay. Nothing but love and appreciation for all those who do such. Again, we're on road to 1,000. Again, Tinder X is back in here showing us the love.
Back in again. Thank you, Tinder, for showing up right at the end of the show.
I greatly appreciate that. Hey, shout out to the mods getting in there. Pong getting in there.
Yeah, I got it in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, please hit that like button on your way out. Please share us with a buddy, your friend, whoever you consider somebody of importance to you. So we can definitely grow this thing out, man. We're at 540 subscribers. We're growing, man. We're hitting it. We're hitting it out of the park. So I greatly appreciate you all. Again, with that, you can find me, Steel Rain. Steel Rain. The T is a 7. Everywhere. If it has a search bar, type it in, you will find me. I frequent the streets of Xbox and the PC ecosystem, so definitely hit me up on there. But I'm also on Twitter. Hit me up in the DM, send me a message. Let's chop it up. Let's talk about games. Let's jump in the party and let's get it in. You could hit me up in, if you see me gaming, whatever the case, let me know, man. Hit me up in a message. See if you could jump in. I'll tell you if I got space or if I don't. I'll also tell you if you're a weirdo or not. But that's just a personal thing. I know a lot of people don't like to do those things. It can be mean. It can go places that people don't like to take it. I don't mind people telling people about themselves because I want people to tell me about me, right? Again, how can we expect to grow if we can't have open conversations and be honest with each other? Again, we just love to take that RTS view, pulling ourselves out of the world, checking the darker crevices of the map, being able to pull our resources together and have that conversation. Build the community up, man. That's what it's about. Pong,
Yes, sir.
Another excellent show with you, man. Again, no matter what we go through on a week-to-week basis, personally, being able to come on here on a Saturday, other than me being hungry right now, and just getting that energy boost, and seemingly, man, I had another late start today. Wasn't really feeling it, but I can always say after the show, I'm energized. I'm ready to get some things started, get some things finalized, get some things knocked out, so I can potentially get into a gaming snafu later on, or whatever the case, where we just get locked in and just really enjoy the hobby, the passion that we have here, in its totality. It's nothing but appreciation, man. And I, again, always appreciate you being here. But I need you, as the uncanny gentleman himself, as the X-Man himself, I need you to lead these people to victory, man. Where can they find you? Tell the people about yourself, man, and let's get them out of here.
Why are you so scared of this griffin, man? You ran away from it. You ran off the cliff just to get away from that thing.
See, I didn't realize I was so close to the cliff. I was just trying to dodge its attacks, man. That's it.
Anyways, I was just watching that laughing. Anyways, yeah, no, fantastic show. Phenomenal to be here again. Yesterday was not the prettiest of days, at least the end of the day for me. But like you say, Steel, no matter what happens, getting up on a Saturday morning and sitting down with you and having conversations with the chat and all the great people that show up each and every week to watch us do this for 3+ hours is just it can't be replaced, and it means a lot. I missed the family last night over on Xbox Ultimate. I know you were there. You know, and I was sad to miss Umbra too. Shout out to Eternal Umbra. Another great member of this community. I was sad to miss everybody over there last night at Xbox Ultimate, but I knew I had today, and I woke up, sun was shining, sat down in this chair, got things together. And then again, when we start talking, the chat starts popping up and all these amazing gamers come out, it just changes everything, man. The perspective is what it is. Real life is going to throw curveballs, but this community does a lot to mitigate some of those curveballs when it comes to real life. And I was happy to be here today. And like you said, man, the energy just keeps growing as we get forward through the show. So that all being said, love you, brother. Love you, chat. Thank you all for being out here, and nothing but respect to everyone involved in all of this. You all are a part of the community. And if you're just here watching podcasts because you are a fan of video games, you are loved all the same. You are a part of it. No matter what anybody else would like to say. So, hey, listen, you can find me Pong Soul, Xbox, Pong Soul on Twitter. Find me tonight over on the Shop Podcast PTK Blam's channel. Need more people checking out his channel. Absolutely incredible member of this community. Fuzzy Belvedere is going to be there as well. He was in chat today. Myself, and tonight we have Fame from Level 1 Gaming on. Awesome guest. He has been on before. Amazing perspective from over there as well. I don't get to watch their content as much as I would like to. Level 1 Gaming does a lot of great stuff over there. So please join us in the shop tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time. And then Tuesday, don't think I'm going to make it to Xbox Factor Podcast. I thought I was going to, but I just don't think it's going to happen this week again. But you got to come check out Mr. Boomstick, Double Barrel Gaming, one of the best out there doing it. Listen, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Boomstick is the man. You get Mav when he's available. You get Boxenberger when he's available. You get VJ, who was in our chat earlier. Shout out to the man, VJ. And you get N64 Josh as well. Going to talk all good things green every Tuesday afternoon. Be there. Xbox Factor Podcast. Thursdays, PM in the PM. Pong and Mav in the PM. I get the lead chair on Thursday nights because Mav gave it to me. It's a fun time. Normally a two-man show, but we do have guests from time to time. Mav and I, same kind of thing we got with Steel here. Look, we just go back and forth, deep dive some topics, get the chat involved. It's a great time over there. Join us Thursday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Fun Speculation is the channel. And then next week, God willing, life willing, as always, I'll be back on Fun Speculation channel for Xbox Ultimate. Last night, life wasn't willing. Okay. So that's what it was, but I should be back this next week. You know how things roll. Again, Steel was on there last night. He's part of the fan basically at this point anyways. Mav always has guests. They go left, they go right, we go up and we go down, and it's crazy over there. So I heard Craig made another appearance.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch that. Join everybody, Xbox Ultimate, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, every Friday night on Fun Speculations channel. Otherwise, people, it's the golden age of gaming. Delays or no delays, there is so much to play right now. Get out there. Enjoy the summer weather as well in real life. Go touch some grass. That's a good thing too. But when you're gaming, when you're sitting down, just realize and be appreciative. No better time than now to be a gamer ever in the history. And this is going to continue for the foreseeable future. So eat it up, folks. Play what you love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you all real soon. Nothing but love and respect.
Ladies and
You'll
gentlemen,
get us out of here.
nothing but love. Let the guys walk with y'all. Hopefully, y'all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. But with that, we'll catch you next weekend, episode 58 of the Living Split Screen. Hit that like button on your way out. And for the audio listeners, much love for the continued support. Y'all stay easy. Catch y'all next one. Peace.